Hey guys, tonight we're heading way, way back. Before streaming, before parchment, before the wheel of cheese. You find yourself in an open field, golden wheat swaying around you in hypnotic rhythm. The sky is endlessly blue, the wind just cool enough to kiss your arms, and somewhere nearby, bees hum like they're getting paid for it. Everything smells of sun-warmed straw and lazy afternoons, and the earth feels alive, like it's exhaling. You're walking through the fertile belly of ancient Greece. There's no Instagram, but if there were, this would be the shot. Endless grain fields, chill vibes, and an unbothered goddess named Demeter lounging somewhere under a fig tree with a loaf of bread and absolutely no idea that her life is about to become a myth. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, while you're at it, drop your location and what time it is where you're listening from. I love knowing where this sleepy little myth is being heard around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're in a place before stories had chapters, before seasons had names. The world just is. Crops grow. Rain falls when it's supposed to. People build temples with questionable structural integrity and call it divine. You don't worry about famine because Demeter is here, and Demeter always delivers. She's not your average, let me curse your bloodline for 10 generations type of deity. No lightning bolts or dramatic shape-shifting into swans. Demeter's magic is slower, quieter, more patient. Her power unfolds like a sprout pushing through the soil, like bread rising under a linen cloth. If Hades is the guy at the party talking about Nietzsche in the corner, Demeter is the friend who brought snacks and remembered your allergy. But don't mistake serenity for softness. This is a goddess who once created global food security out of sheer maternal instinct, and then threatened to starve humanity out of petty grief. And that's the vibe tonight. Right now, though, everything is working. The bees are being. The sheep are fluffy and mildly judgmental. The mortal farmers have calluses and questionable back posture, but they're happy. Your sandals are full of dust, and your mind is full of nothing. It's all warm and timeless, like the earth is holding its breath in a really long hug. Demeter walks these fields barefoot, trailing blooming clover behind her, like accidental graffiti. Wheat practically falls over itself to ripen under her gaze. And when she smiles, vines curl toward her feet like they're hoping for a high five. There's a weird calm in the air, though, like the kind of stillness before a first date, or right before you find out your favorite bakery is out of baklava. Something's coming. You can feel it, but not in a scary way, more in a someone's about to make a myth and doesn't know it yet kind of way. In the distance, you spot Mount Olympus poking above the clouds like a smug cupcake. Up there, the other gods are squabbling about nonsense. Who borrowed whose lightning bolt? Who turned into what animal last week? But down here, Demeter keeps things steady. This part of the world, the mortal bit, works because she works. She tends the soil like a mother tucking in a child. It's not glamorous, but it's sacred. And mortals love her for it, not the way they fear Zeus or thirst after Aphrodite, but with the kind of respect you give someone who feeds you without asking for praise. Ancient Greek farmers used to leave her offerings of bread and honey, hoping she'd notice their fields and maybe skip the whole locust plague thing this year. Historians still argue whether Demeter was always a solo act, or if she inherited her domain from older, even weirder fertility goddesses. Some whisper she came from older Earth Mother cults, worshipped before anyone thought to write things down. But you're not here to audit a theology class. You're here to walk beside her, sandals brushing over dry wildflowers, listening to the world hum. And she's not alone, of course. Somewhere nearby is her daughter, Persephone. Not that Persephone's story has started yet. She's still just a shadowy figure, trailing after her mother, occasionally side-eyeing butterflies like they insulted her outfit. But we'll get to her. Trust me. For now, the land is in balance. You kneel and run your fingers through the warm soil. It crumbles perfectly, dark and damp, alive with tiny roots. Somewhere under your hand, a seed stirs, beginning its slow journey toward the sun. And still, the sky stretches on, brilliant and infinite. You lie back into the grain, the tall stalks swaying above you like golden curtains. Bees zigzag lazily overhead, drunk on pollen. A cicada starts up a one-insect concert. Time forgets to move forward. It's here that you start to notice something odd. Not in the landscape, but in yourself. You're part of this now. Not just watching, not just listening. You're woven into it, like one more thread in a tapestry. You are dust, wind, breath, and, if you stay still enough, you swear you can feel the heartbeat of the earth. So you close your eyes, lulled by the warmth, the hum, the rhythm. And you don't yet know that this peace, this endless summer, is about to fracture, because deep below, beneath rock and silence, something stirs, and it's looking for a bride. Section 2. You wake or drift into a moment that feels like a long sigh. The fields are golden still, stretching out like lazy arms beneath the sky. But now you're walking with her, Demeter, not watching from the sidelines anymore, but moving step for step beside her, through stalks of barley and waves of wheat, so tall they brush your hips. She's humming, not a melody, you know, but something older than sound itself. It's the music of roots, wriggling deeper, and vines curling upward in sunlight. With every footfall, the earth responds. Grass brightens, olives ripen, and somewhere nearby, a pear just gives up and falls from its branch. Demeter isn't regal the way Hera is, all jewels and condescension. She's barefoot, smudged with soil, wearing a crown of dry herbs that probably smells like your grandma's kitchen. Her robe is linen, unevenly hemmed, and slightly damp at the knees from kneeling in morning dew. She's not trying to impress anyone. She doesn't have to. This is her world, her harvest, her vibe. And honestly, she's kind of thriving. See, being the goddess of the harvest isn't just about wheat. It's about rhythm, about knowing when to plant and when to let things die, when to rest and when to rise early with aching arms and a sickle in your hand. Demeter doesn't rule through fear. She rules through patience and pie, probably. She has this routine, too. Every day she walks the fields, not just her temples or sacred groves, but the actual farmland. She checks the grain with her fingers, pulls back husks to inspect corn that's older than corn should be. Mortals don't often see her. She prefers it that way. But their fields do. Their crops feel her steps, and they respond by growing strong, sweet, and golden. You pass a fig tree where goats nap in the shade. Demeter glances at them, mutters something about how she really meant to invent sheep first. But those Zeus-mangled biology experiments kept wandering off cliffs. You chuckle. She smirks. She's got jokes. And that's when you notice her favorite companion isn't you. It's Persephone. Every now and then, Demeter glances around as if she expects a younger pair of footsteps beside her. Her hand twitches slightly, like it's used to holding another hand. Smaller, warmer, more impatient. But Persephone's not here right now. Not yet. And that absence tugs at her, soft and slow, like a string tied to her ribs. Still, she carries on, because it's harvest time. And Demeter never misses harvest time. One fun fact: ancient Greeks literally had festivals where they'd yell obscene jokes during Demeter's processions, like full-on grain-themed comedy roasts. The idea was that laughter helped the crops grow. A dirty joke equals fertile field equation. Historians still argue whether this was a religious belief or just ancient frat behavior sneaking into theology again. Anyway, you keep walking. A breeze kicks up. The air smells like crushed rosemary and drying straw. Somewhere in the distance, a flute plays, warbling through the hills. Demeter stops near a wild patch of poppies and kneels, brushing her fingers through the petals. Her shoulders relax a little. Maybe it's because she planted those herself centuries ago. Or maybe because Persephone loved poppies, picked them constantly, then forgot where she put them, like every teenager ever. She smiles again, but it's thinner now. And here's the thing: Demeter isn't just a goddess of food. She's a mother, first and foremost. She's a walking embodiment of that fierce, unspoken devotion. The kind that remembers birthdays, checks if you ate enough, and would burn down an empire if you didn't text back. Which makes what's coming even harder. Because as perfect as this moment feels, it won't last. You don't know that yet. Not fully. But Demeter does. She senses it in the roots. Something's off. Maybe it's the bees. They're flying lower than usual. Maybe it's the breeze. It hesitates, like it's holding something back. Or maybe it's just that deep, gut-level knowing all mothers have when their children are too quiet for too long. Still, she walks. You trail behind her through olive groves and past vineyards so heavy with grapes they look ready to confess secrets. Birds chirp overhead, flitting between branches like gossiping old women. Everything appears alive, happy, healthy. And yet, you feel the story beginning to bend, like a fork in a soft path where you already know which way you're going, even though you wish you didn't. Because the truth is, Demeter's world works so well, so peacefully, that the gods barely notice it. Which means when it breaks, they'll have no idea how to fix it. Demeter doesn't suspect anything. Yet. She's too busy being the glue that holds the harvest together. Too busy kneading metaphysical bread and whispering encouragement to sprouting peas. Too busy building a bubble of sunlit calm for a daughter who's about to be snatched out of it. And isn't that just how it goes? The moments before the myth are always the most golden. One more lap around the field, one more bouquet of wild flowers, one more evening where the air smells like baked earth and drowsy time, and everything feels okay, because tomorrow the earth cracks open, and nothing will be the same. Section 3. You wake into another sun-drenched morning, this time earlier than usual. The sky is still blushing that soft, sleepy pink, and the wheat fields stretch out like a blanket that no one's folded properly. But there's a new energy crackling in the air today, like the world has just poured its first cup of coffee. And right there, half submerged in dewy grass, you see her, Persephone. She's not standing still. Of course not. She's spinning in slow circles, arms out, skirts brushing the tops of the clover, hair trailing behind her, like a comet made of silk. She's humming something wordless, dreamy, and entirely unaware of how tragically poetic she looks. You move closer, and she notices, maybe not you exactly, but the presence of being seen. Her eyes flick toward the horizon, like she's pretending to be above it all, but secretly hopes someone's watching. It's that specific brand of teenage confidence that only lasts 5 seconds at a time. She's young, but not helpless. The kind of young where you think you're immortal because you've never had a reason not to. Persephone is Demeter's only daughter, not just biologically, but cosmically. The one thing Demeter didn't delegate to rain, soil, or prayer. She was raised in sunlight and shade, in poems whispered at the foot of olive trees. Demeter made her laugh with riddles, taught her which mushrooms to avoid, and braided her hair with herbs that warded off everything except heartbreak. But here's the twist. Persephone isn't just springtime incarnate, like the old stories say. She's complicated. She loves flowers, but also thunderstorms. She can make vines bloom from her palms, but prefers wandering where the grass dies off. You get the sense that if eyeliner had been invented, she'd be an early adopter. Her smile could warm a garden. But her eyes? Her eyes are already staring into places no one talks about during temple sermons. And she's restless. You see it as she steps farther from the heart of the field, away from the safe little temple Demeter built, down toward the edge, where roots end and shadows begin. She wants more, not in a spoiled way, in a haunted way, in the way kids do when they sense that being protected is not the same thing as being free. This is where things start to tilt. She walks to the border of the meadow, where the grass gives way to scrub, and the soil changes texture beneath her feet. The air is different here, cooler, hungrier. Birds stop chirping, not dramatically, but subtly, like they've heard a rumor and decided to go quiet. She stoops to pick a strange flower she's never seen before. Tall stem, dark purple petals, and something about the way it sways that feels a little off. Not cursed, exactly, but definitely the kind of plant that's been in therapy. Here's your mainstream historical fact for the night. In the ancient Greek imagination, flowers weren't just pretty. They were portals, Not literally, but symbolically. Blooming things had this eerie, here one day, gone the next energy that tied them to both life and death, which is kind of perfect for a girl who's about to be torn between both. Persephone twirls the flower. A breeze picks up. The sky stays blue, but the ground, it shifts. Not a lot, just enough to breathe. You feel it before you see it. A low tremor, a hum in your ankles. The birds take off, and even the bees make a tactical retreat. Persephone leans forward, curious instead of afraid. Because of course she is. The earth groans, and then it splits, right beneath her feet. The crack isn't loud. It's like a sigh, tired and inevitable. The kind of sound a door makes when it's been closed too long. And from the shadows rises something. No, someone. Hades. You weren't expecting him to look like this? He's not skeletal. No flaming chariot or pitchfork. He's elegant. Crisp robes, dark hair, the kind of cheekbones that ruin people's self-esteem. His eyes don't glow, but they do something worse. They understand. He doesn't shout. He doesn't snatch. He just holds out a hand. And Persephone, whether by fate or thrill or some spell that isn't a spell, reaches back. The chariot rises from the crack in the earth like something from a sleep paralysis vision. Black horses foaming at the bit, silver wheels slicing the air. And with one final look toward the meadow, she's gone. Gone in a heartbeat. Gone before the flower even hits the ground. And you? You're left blinking in the silence. The earth seals up behind them. Seamless. Clean. As if nothing happened at all. That's the cruelest part. No scorch marks. No screams. Just the breeze and the echo of hooves you might have imagined. You stare at the place where Persephone stood seconds ago, and all you see are crushed petals and disturbed soil. Historians still argue whether Hades truly abducted her or whether there was more complicity in Persephone's choice than the later poets admitted. Some versions paint it as love, others as a cosmic crime. But standing here, in this moment, it feels like both. You turn back toward Demeter's fields, heart sinking. She doesn't know. Not yet. But she will. And when she does, this meadow, this warm, breathing world, will never be the same again. Section 4. You don't see her at first. Demeter. She's behind a small hill of barley, bent over a patch of spinach she coaxed into existence just last week. The leaves are impossibly green, the kind of color paint companies give pretentious names like verdant whisper or early spring melancholy. She's humming again. A different tune today. Slower. Almost nostalgic. She doesn't know that just over that hill, the earth split open and swallowed the sunniest part of her world. She straightens, brushing her hands on her robes, and calls out, "Persephone?" No answer. Again, a little louder. "Zeph, you still chasing bees?" Still no answer. But that's not unusual. Persephone wanders. She's curious. She probably followed a rabbit or some deeply symbolic butterfly into the trees. Demeter chuckles, shakes her head. That girl. You follow her as she begins walking, not worried yet, just mildly exasperated in the way moms always are when their kids ignore them in favor of mysterious flowers or say, being dragged into the underworld. She checks the grove first. Nothing. Then the fig orchard. Then the small, shaded shrine where Persephone sometimes naps. Still nothing. A flicker of something. Just a wrinkle at the edge of her mouth. Concern, maybe. You feel her heartbeat pick up, just slightly, as she calls out again. No answer. Demeter's voice gets sharper. Less lullaby. More, I'm about to count to 3. And here's where it begins. That first edge of panic. She starts to move faster now. Through the wild grasses, down into the meadow, across the poppy-strewn fields that should still smell like her daughter's laughter. She searches. She shouts. She digs her fingers into the earth like it might whisper back. But the ground holds its secrets. Nothing. No footprints, no dropped flower crown, no teenage scribble carved into a tree trunk, just empty air and silent soil. The sun rises higher, but the warmth that doesn't land right anymore. The breeze stutters like it's trying to deliver bad news. Demeter pauses, breathing hard, and you see something shift behind her eyes. It's subtle, but ancient. The kind of knowing that comes with being both a goddess and a mother. She doesn't have proof. She doesn't need it. She knows. Persephone is gone. Not lost. Gone. And that knowledge, once it blooms, spreads like rot. She drops to her knees in the middle of the field. Her fingers dig into the dirt, not in reverence, but in grief. She speaks, but it's not words. It's sound, low and raw and older than language. A groan that travels through the roots of the earth and rattles distant trees. She doesn't cry. Not yet. She waits. Maybe it's denial. Maybe it's divine protocol. But she decides to check with the usual suspects. She climbs Mount Olympus, literally, not metaphorically, with dust still on her hem and hair unbrushed. At the top, gods lounge around like bored house cats. Has anyone seen my daughter? She asks, voice even. They blink. Zeus raises an eyebrow, mid-wine sip. No? Aphrodite shrugs. Wasn't she into flowers? Maybe she wandered off. Teenagers, you know. Demeter's face does not move, not even an eyelash flinch. She turns to Apollo. You see everything from your chariot? She says. Where did she go? Apollo hesitates. For a sun god, he suddenly looks very dim. Look, I didn't really have my gaze on her region today. She didn't just vanish. And now it's not a question. It's a challenge. Historians still argue whether Demeter went straight to Zeus next, or if she grilled a few more minor deities first, probably threatened to turn a few into shrubs. What's certain is that when she does finally confront Zeus, things get spicy. Because here's the thing. Zeus knows. Of course he does. He's Zeus. Turns out Hades, god of the underworld, cryptic introvert, collector of dead souls, and moody decor, asked Zeus for permission. Formal, godly permission. To marry Persephone. Or, kidnap her into eternal bondage, depending on your PR spin. And Zeus said, sure. Did he tell Demeter? Absolutely not. Why? Because Zeus operates on a platform of chaos, poor communication, and a historically appalling record with consent. Demeter hears this and goes very, very still. She doesn't scream, not here, not yet. But she leaves. She turns, silent, and steps off Olympus without a word. The other gods don't stop her, mostly because they're scared, but also because they don't quite understand what she's about to do. She returns to Earth, but something in her has been burned clean. She takes off her garland, loosens her robe, wipes the dirt from her hands, not reverently this time, but like she's finished trying. And then she stops. She stops everything. She refuses to bless the crops, refuses to touch the seeds. The winds go still. The rain forgets how to fall. The bees, those hard-working little overachievers, lose interest entirely. The world begins to dry. People panic. Temples fill with offerings. Farmers whisper prayers with cracked lips and empty baskets. But nothing grows. Nothing. Because Demeter, mother of the harvest, has checked out. And she's not coming back until her daughter is home. Section 5. The days stretch long and dry. You wander beside Demeter now, but not through wheat fields or olive groves. Those are gone, wilted, dusty. Even the bees are missing. And honestly, that's a big red flag. The world is quiet in a way that makes your ears ring. No birds, no breeze, just a brittle silence, like everything is holding its breath, or just stopped breathing entirely. Demeter walks slowly, not like a queen or a goddess, but like a mother who's exhausted from hope. Her bare feet kick up dry soil that used to be fertile. It turns to powder. It doesn't even cling to her anymore. The ground is empty. Her power, once effortless and abundant, now withholds itself like a moody teen locking their bedroom door. And this is where the spiral really starts. She looks for Persephone, not just symbolically, like full-on, frantic, divine scavenger hunt mode. She roams the earth in human disguise, cloaking herself as old women, farm hands, beggars. You'd think gods would be above drama, but nope. They live for this stuff. She appears one day in a coastal village, hunched and gray-haired, mumbling into her sleeve. Locals eye her warily. Another sad widow, maybe, or a prophet in the middle of a breakdown. But she doesn't care. She's scanning faces, looking for a spark of her daughter in the tilt of someone's chin, the rhythm of a laugh. Days pass, then weeks. Crops don't sprout. Livestock wither. People begin rationing olive oil like it's liquid gold. Temples burn offerings faster than priests can chant. Here's your historical fact drop. Ancient Greeks genuinely believed Demeter's grief once caused a global agricultural collapse. Famine, death, societal breakdown. Some historians argue that myths like this were how ancient people explained natural disasters they didn't understand. Bad harvests, droughts, sudden climate shifts. You know, the ancient version of unplug it and plug it back in. But the myth doesn't just say famine happened. It says Demeter made it happen. Not maliciously, not really, just stubbornly. She wasn't trying to punish humans. She barely noticed them anymore. Her grief was so total, so world-consuming, that it bled into the soil itself. Her silence became sterile. Her mourning stole the rain. You're still walking beside her. She hasn't spoken in hours. Then she stops. Before you, a field, wide and brown, cracked like old leather. No sprouts, no weeds, not even the desperate claw of a thistle. She sinks to her knees again. "Where are you?" she whispers. Still, no answer. Demeter's mind plays tricks on her now. She swears she hears Persephone's voice in the wind, a giggle in the leaves, a footstep behind her. But it's nothing. Always nothing. One night, she sits under a fig tree and does not move. For days. The villagers nearby start whispering about the silent woman who doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, doesn't blink. Children are warned not to stare too long. Animals won't go near her. But then, something shifts. You hear the faintest rustle overhead, a feathered swoosh. And then a warm shimmer of golden light spills through the leaves. It's Helios, the literal sun. Because someone finally remembered, hey, maybe we should ask the celestial being who watches everything. Demeter lifts her head as he lands nearby in a radiance of, yes, I work out energy. He's glowing, literally, and mildly annoyed. He doesn't like getting involved in divine family drama, but he also doesn't enjoy watching the earth shrivel like a sad salad. So here we are. She stands. "Where is my daughter?" Helios sighs, looking up like he'd rather not be dragged into this. But he answers. He tells her what he saw. He describes the crack in the ground, the black horses, the outstretched hand, and the girl who disappeared into shadow. He says the name that makes Demeter flinch. Hades. Now here's a fringe tidbit. Some ancient poets say Helios didn't want to tattle, that he liked Hades. They were both low-key gods, one in the sky, one underground, mutual respect. But Demeter had this presence. Even grief-stricken, she was terrifying. So he told her, not out of kindness, but fear. Demeter stares at the sky a long time after he leaves. The sunset is red and dry, like the sky's been rubbed raw. She doesn't speak, but you can feel the shift in her. The sorrow congeals, turns colder. She begins to walk again, this time faster. She's not searching now. She's hunting. You follow as she returns to Olympus, not quietly, not disguised. She storms through the clouds like a dust devil in a toga. Her eyes burn. Her voice is calm in that terrifying way where you know shouting is the least dangerous option. She finds Zeus. Bring her back. And Zeus? He tries the classic parent deflection. He rubs his temples. He says things like, well, technically, and, Hades isn't all bad. Bad move. Demeter slams her hand into the floor. Marble cracks like dry bark. Bring her back. Zeus glances around. Apollo avoids eye contact. Hera raises an eyebrow and mutters, well, I told you this would happen. Demeter doesn't wait for their votes. She makes one last declaration, booming and ancient. Until my daughter is returned, the earth shall not feed a single soul. And with that, she vanishes, leaves Olympus behind, and locks the seasons into stasis. No spring, no bloom, only stillness. And as you walk beside her once more through a world of silent roots and empty skies, you realize this story isn't about death. It's about a mother's refusal to move on, and the earth will obey her grief for as long as it takes. Section 6. It's been weeks, maybe months. Time gets weird when the seasons stop. You're standing in what used to be a thriving orchard. Now the trees are stiff, leafless, like a line of disappointed parents, fruitless, bark peeling. Even the ants have given up. Demeter isn't here right now. She's elsewhere, raging, praying, bargaining with winds that refuse to move. You've followed her through it all. But for the moment, she's left you in the silence. And that silence is loud. Mortals, meanwhile, are having an existential meltdown. There's panic in the villages. Grain stores raided, rivers drying up, herds collapsing in on themselves like badly planned metaphors. The marketplaces are eerie. No shouting vendors, just empty baskets, and the occasional desperate barter attempt. I'll trade you a cracked amphora and a blessing for half a turnip. You pass a temple where a priest is trying to get a fire going for yet another sacrifice. He's sweating. It's awkward. The gods aren't listening. Or worse, they are. And they're still not helping. And Zeus? He's finally starting to notice the tiny problem of global famine. Turns out, gods only pay attention when the sacrifices stop. No burnt offerings, no roasted oxen, no honey cakes delivered with shaking hands. Without worship, their power dims. Olympus is getting twitchy. So Zeus does what any dysfunctional divine family head would do. He calls an emergency meeting. Enter Hermes, messenger, god, professional middleman, and the mythological version of that coworker who handles all the problems but gets none of the credit. He's summoned to the big, shiny throne room where Zeus dramatically paces in front of bored gods lounging on cloud furniture. Zeus pinches the bridge of his nose like someone who finally read the fine print in a cursed contract. Okay, he says. Apparently, this is my fault. Hera mutters. You think? Zeus ignores her. We need Persephone back, he declares. Or Demeter's going to unalive the entire ecosystem. No one argues. Even Poseidon looks unusually serious. And that's a guy who once turned a horse into a sea monster just for fun. So Zeus turns to Hermes. You're going to the underworld. Now, this is no small ask. The underworld isn't just down there. It's a whole vibe. Gated community. River Styx. Cerberus, the three-headed dog with the personality of an emotionally neglected Rottweiler. But Hermes nods. He's used to this. He's been the go-between for centuries. He grabs his winged sandals, adjusts his slightly wrinkled tunic, and heads downward, down through cracks in the mountains, down past rivers that hum with memory, down into shadow. You follow, gliding behind Hermes as he passes through the veil. The air here is thicker, cooler, and very, very still. No bugs, no birds, no buzzing. Just the sound of Hermes' sandals gently flapping as he steps into the throne room of the dead. And there they are, Hades and Persephone, seated side by side like a royal couple in a moody indie film. The room is enormous, carved from black stone that somehow absorbs the light. Flickering torches line the walls, their flames whispering instead of crackling. No windows, no sky, just them. Now, here's where things get murky. Hades doesn't leap up in shock or pretend to be innocent. He knew this was coming, probably knew the moment the earth began to starve. Persephone, though, she looks different. Not broken, not scared, just, changed. She sits taller. There's a quiet power in her. Her fingers rest on the arm of the obsidian throne like they belong there. Her hair is braided back now, wrapped with dark ribbon instead of wildflowers. And her eyes, they don't look away. Hermes clears his throat. So. Hi. Pause. Zeus has sent him with a message. The world is dying. Demeter is losing it. And they need Persephone back immediately. Hades listens. Doesn't argue. He knows it's bigger than him now. But when Hermes finishes, the quiet that follows is long and heavy. Persephone speaks first. Her voice doesn't waver. I want to go home. Hades nods. Then go. And for a moment, it seems easy. Too easy. Until Hermes notices something strange. Persephone's lips, stained dark red. Pomegranate, just a few seeds. 6, maybe. But in the world of divine loopholes, that's enough. Here's your mainstream myth fact. Eating food in the underworld binds you to it, even just a bite. It's a rule older than Olympus, older than the Fates. Some say it was built into the bones of the world by Nyx herself. So when Persephone ate those seeds, whether she was tricked, starving, or just curious, she unknowingly tied herself to this place. Hermes winces. He knows what this means. She can't return fully. Only partially. A compromise will have to be made. And nobody loves compromise less than ancient gods. Back in Olympus, Zeus finally steps up. He lays down the arrangement like a discount custody lawyer. Persephone will spend part of the year with Hades in the underworld and part with Demeter above. Split time, split soul, split seasons. It's not perfect. It's mythologically messy. But it's the only way to keep the world turning and far below the earth. Persephone closes her eyes and nods. For the first time in weeks, the ground above begins to breathe again. Section 7. You feel it before you see it. A softness in the wind. A whisper in the soil. The kind of shift that happens not with fireworks, but with the sound of dew returning to the grass. Demeter's in the middle of a fallow field, her hands buried in dirt that hasn't grown anything in months. Her robes are dull with dust, her hair frayed, her eyes heavy. Not just from grief, but from waiting. And then, she hears a footstep. Not metaphorical, not poetic. A real, crunching, leaf-on-ground footstep. She looks up, and there's Persephone, standing, breathing, alive. Now you'd think this would be a full-blown, slow-motion movie reunion. Running, hugging, dramatic orchestral music. But it's not. Because what you're witnessing isn't just a reunion. It's the moment before the truth lands. Demeter rises slowly, like the earth itself is lifting her. Her lips part. Her breath catches. And you feel that motherly instinct roar up again, fierce and ancient. She steps forward, and Persephone smiles. But it's not the same smile. Something behind it has changed. Something darker, wiser. Still Persephone, but not just a daughter anymore. Demeter takes her into her arms, and for one long, golden moment, the world actually sighs. Trees lean closer. Birds return cautiously. The air itself exhales, like it's been holding in a sob all winter. And then, Persephone says the thing. "I can't stay." Demeter stiffens. "Not forever," Persephone adds gently. Now, this isn't the moment where Demeter flips a table. She's not enraged. Not yet. But her fingers tighten slightly on her daughter's sleeve. The earth beneath you pulses. "What do you mean?" she asks, though part of her already knows. Persephone tells her the truth. The seeds, the deal, the compromise. That she belongs to the underworld now. At least part of the time, you expect thunder. Maybe a volcanic tantrum. But Demeter does something worse. She says nothing. She just steps back, slowly, like someone trying to process a betrayal that's no one's fault. And in her silence, the world pauses. Now here's your historical tidbit. The ancient Greeks didn't have a single calendar. Different city-states tracked the year in different ways, and agricultural festivals often marked the real seasons. Many of those rituals revolved around this moment, the return of Persephone. Her reappearance signaled spring, growth, life. Her departure meant harvest's end, winter's approach. This myth wasn't just symbolic. It was the calendar. And right now, you're standing in the first moment of spring, because despite everything, Demeter can't help herself. Even in heartbreak, she is the harvest. You feel it as she walks. With every step she takes across the field, the ground warms. Seeds twitch. Buds crack open. A daisy dares to lift its head. Wheat hesitates for a moment, then remembers how to reach. She doesn't do it all at once. No divine switch flip. Just a slow, reluctant reawakening. Like a woman lighting the stove, even though she swore she wouldn't cook for him again. Because Persephone is here. For now. And that's enough. Demeter glances at the sky, and clouds part like curtains. A drizzle falls, not sad or stormy, but gentle, cleansing. Birds return in cautious loops. Bees emerge from wherever they've been hiding, probably in a union meeting. The people below rejoice, of course. They don't know the full myth, not yet, but they know something changed. Crops start to sprout again. Rivers refill. A priest runs into the village square, screaming, "She's back! She's forgiven us!" Spoiler, she has not forgiven them. But hey, let them have this. And so, the rhythm begins again. Demeter tends to the earth, with one eye always watching the horizon. Persephone walks the fields beside her, pulling weeds, braiding wild mint into her hair, occasionally disappearing into shadows, just to remind you she's got range now. But time ticks. You feel it in the air. One day, the breeze comes colder. The vines slow. The bees return to their hives early. Demeter wakes in the middle of the night and knows, without looking, it's almost time for Persephone to go. Again. That's the cruel part of this myth. The repetition. This wasn't a one-time trauma. It became a cycle. 6 months up, 6 months down. Joy and grief on a rotating schedule. Scholars still argue whether this myth was meant to teach acceptance or just a really creative way to explain weather. Either way, it left a mark. Because for Demeter, joy always comes with a clock. And for Persephone, freedom always has a shadow. You walk through a flowering grove one last time with them. The light is warm, but it's slanted. The kind of light that says, "Don't get used to this," too. Demeter kisses her daughter's forehead. Persephone squeezes her hand. And then the earth opens, quietly, respectfully this time. No horses, no violence, just a gap in the trees that leads into the dark. And Persephone walks into it willingly. Demeter watches her go, then turns. And everywhere she steps after that, the leaves begin to fall. Section 8. So now you're walking beside Demeter again. But this time, she's not the soft goddess of clover and sun-warmed loaves. This is the post-custody agreement Demeter, the one with sharp eyes and a jaw set like granite. It's fall now. The trees are giving up. Leaves curl inward and drop without resistance. The wind smells like dried apples and distant wood smoke. Animals begin to burrow or migrate or just quietly accept that it's going to be a cold few months. The whole world seems to exhale. All right, fine, and fold into itself. And Demeter, she leans into it. You're not just watching a goddess grieve. You're watching her set the tone for grief. Because even though she knows Persephone will come back, she feels the absence just as deeply each time. She doesn't forget. She doesn't get numb. She just adjusts. And every autumn, Earth adjusts with her. It's weirdly poetic, and also deeply inconvenient if you happen to be a mortal trying to grow kale in November. Now, you might think she'd go back to Olympus for a bit. Maybe spend her off-season sipping nectar, getting spa treatments, avoiding family dinners. But no, Demeter doesn't take time off. She works through the pain, literally. Which brings you to Eleusis. This sleepy little town becomes her new hideout. Not glamorous, not sacred, just quiet. She arrives disguised again, not because she needs to, but because grief makes her want to disappear into a version of herself that no one recognizes. She poses as an old woman, calls herself Doso, which sounds like someone who knits aggressively and has opinions about soup. She's taken in by a well-meaning family, the house of King Celeus. They've got kids, including a newborn, and Demeter, in full grief-fueled auntie mode, offers to help care for the baby. The mother, Metaneira, is hesitant at first, but there's something calming about Doso, something that makes you trust her instantly. So they let her in. And honestly, she's incredible at it. She sings lullabies older than the stars. She rocks the baby with the rhythm of tidal moons. She soothes colic with a single glance. Mortals start whispering that there's something otherworldly about this old nursemaid. And then one night, she decides to make the baby immortal. Yeah, you heard that right. See, Demeter's hurting. She misses Persephone so much it aches in her bones. And she sees this baby boy, Demophon, as something she can protect forever. She wants to keep one thing safe from death. Just one. So, logically, she starts roasting him over the fire. Wait, what? Yep. Ancient immortality spells apparently involved holding babies over flames, lightly toasting the mortality out of them, like marshmallows of fate. Now, fringe tidbit. This specific part of the myth may have been grafted on from older Anatolian or pre-Hellenic fertility goddess stories. You know, the kind where goddesses casually torch infants for noble reasons. Unfortunately, Metanera walks in mid-roast. Cue horrified scream. Demeter pulls the baby back, unharmed. But the spell's broken. He'll live a good life, but a mortal one. Demeter drops the disguise, like full magical makeover moment. Golden light, wheat crown, shimmering robes. Bam. The family collapses in awe. She doesn't scold them, doesn't demand worship. She simply says, "Build me a temple, right here." And they do. Brick by brick, stone by stone, they raise a space just for her. Sanctuary, shrine, grief den. It's not huge, but it becomes sacred. You stand with her inside it now. The air is cool. Candles flicker. The walls smell faintly of herbs and old smoke. She sits alone most days, staring at the floor, listening for footsteps that won't come for months. But here's where it gets interesting. Because the people of Eleusis, they remember her. They don't just file her away like a passing miracle. They start gathering, whispering, lighting torches, and walking in silence along dusty paths. They perform rituals, not for favor, not for crops, but for understanding. They create a whole movement around this space, around her sorrow, around her patience. The Eleusinian mysteries are born. Now, historians still argue whether these rituals involved actual secret knowledge or just a really well-choreographed night hike. What we know is this. For centuries, people came from all over Greece to be initiated, to honor Demeter, to walk through symbolic darkness and emerge with something, a glimpse of the afterlife, maybe, or just the comfort of knowing you're not alone in the ache. And Demeter, she doesn't try to explain herself. She never gives a TED talk. She just lets the rituals happen around her, lets the people come and go. Because even when Persephone is gone, Demeter doesn't vanish. She roots herself into earth, into myth, into memory. You sit with her one night in the temple. No prayers, no incense, just silence. She doesn't cry anymore, not like before, but her hands still tremble when she traces patterns in the dust. The seasons are hers now, not just metaphorically, literally. Each shift of the wind, each phase of the moon, each sigh of the soil, it all bends with her breath. Winter is coming, and this time, it's not just weather, it's mood. Section 9. So here you are, pacing slowly through the crisp-edged quiet of late autumn, with Demeter trailing a step behind you, quieter than ever. The temple at Eleusis stands solid and solemn behind you now, a small mountain of stonin and memory. Demeter has left it, for now, but the air around her still hums with incense and echoing footsteps. She moves like someone sleepwalking through the hours, caught between two worlds. Because as much as she's trying to live above ground, Persephone is still gone. And that's the thing about a daughter in the underworld. She might be alive, technically, but to Demeter, it's a living death. The world around you gets colder. It's not sharp yet, just tired. Leaves crunch underfoot. Trees shake off their last colors and stand bare like forgotten statues. Even the sky seems unsure. The light is pale and uncertain, like it doesn't quite believe in itself anymore. You glance over, and and Demeter is staring at a withered vine, her fingers trailing along it without touching. You can feel the resistance in her, like the earth still wants to bloom for her, but she won't let it, not while her daughter is below. This is where it starts to sink in. The seasons are no longer automatic. They're not just nature doing its thing. They're Demeter's mood. And right now, she's grieving with precision. Cold mornings, dry afternoons, that creeping darkness at 4 p.m. that feels vaguely personal. You move through fields that used to be buzzing with life, now reduced to brittle stalks and wind-blown husks. Even the weeds are giving up. Rabbits sit hunched under thorn bushes, blinking slowly, waiting for spring, or for a miracle. And people? They adapt, sort of. They begin storing food with desperate discipline. They invent methods of pickling, drying, preserving, all in hopes of surviving the goddess's sorrow. Entire cities shift their routines. Markets close early. Children are wrapped in multiple tunics and told to stay inside. Not because of wolves, because of winter, because of Demeter. Here's your mainstream fact. Ancient Greek society was deeply agricultural, and the cycles of planting and harvesting were tied to religious calendars. The months themselves were often named after festivals, many of which revolved around Demeter and the changing seasons. This myth wasn't just story time. It was a system, and it's all rooted, pun very much intended, in this grief. One night, you and Demeter pass through a small town. She doesn't stop, doesn't reveal herself, but she watches as families huddle around flickering lamps, sharing stew that smells like it's been stretched 1 carat too far. She sees priests mumbling prayers at shrines that used to be decorated with fresh wheat, now marked with dry twigs. She notices a child drawing in the dirt, a spiral, over and over again. And for just a moment, something inside her softens. But not for long. Because the spiral? It reminds her of the pomegranate seeds, of cycles, of inevitability, of how even when Persephone returns, it will only ever be temporary. So Demeter keeps walking. You ask, softly, cautiously, why she doesn't just end winter altogether. She could, right? Just stop it. Make everything bloom again. Rewind the sun like a lazy VHS tape. She looks at you then, and there's something ancient in her eyes. I could, she says. And that's it. No explanation. No monologue. Just the quiet truth that grief changes people. Even gods. Sometimes the only way to honor what you've lost is to let the world reflect the absence. Let it feel the silence. Let the earth mourn with you. Still, even in her stillness, Demeter's influence doesn't vanish. Farmers light fires in her honor, hoping to keep the cold from creeping into their cellars. Women in cloaks weave grain dolls and place them in bowls of ash. Not because they think it will bring spring early, just to say, we remember. And there's power in that fringe tidbit for you. Some ancient cults believed Demeter wandered the earth, not just searching for Persephone, but gathering knowledge, learning mortal ways, adopting customs, even creating certain rites and medicines in her time among humans. So winter wasn't wasted time. It was transformation. And you can see it in her now. She walks taller, not happier, but heavier, with knowledge, with purpose. Her grief has become structured. She's not just missing her daughter. She's shaping the world to feel the missing. You pause beside a frozen stream. The water below is slow and glassy. A single leaf floats across the surface like a thought trying to finish itself. Demeter kneels beside it, doesn't speak, just lays a hand against the ice. The stream groans faintly, then stills completely. She stands and walks on. You follow her into the deepening chill, through orchards of bare branches and valleys where even the wind sounds lonely. You pass a goat that gives you a look like, yep, she's in her winter era. And somewhere far below, Persephone stirs. She's beginning to count the days. Because down in the underworld, time passes differently, slower, or maybe just sadder. But even she knows, the frost won't last forever. Demeter may be grieving, but the earth remembers how to wait. Section 10. You wake in a field that no longer smells like anything. No herbs, no dirt, no trace of green or rot. Just cold. The sky is an endless, pale gray, the kind that feels like it's been holding back snow for days. The air doesn't move. Even the clouds are frozen in place, like they're waiting for a cue that hasn't arrived yet. Demeter is still, standing in the middle of it all, wrapped in her thickest cloak, woven not from wool, but from stubbornness and disappointment. Her face is unreadable. You'd think the goddess of the harvest would look angry, or broken, or furious at the gods who traded her daughter like a diplomatic carrot. But no, she just looks done. Until a sound breaks the stillness. A murmur. Human voices. You turn, and there they are. Villagers approaching, nervous but determined, carrying bundles of barley, loaves of stale bread, jars of pickled vegetables that smell like someone tried to ferment sadness. They're here to offer something, not as bribes, not exactly, more like a peace offering, a desperate potluck of hope. Demeter raises an eyebrow. You can almost hear her thinking, really? Now you remember me? But she doesn't vanish or turn them into asparagus. She waits. The people shuffle forward, forming a rough circle. A priest steps out from the group, clears his throat, and begins what can only be described as the most awkward apology ever delivered to a deity. Oh, golden one, whose bounty once, nourished us. He stammers through a list of things they miss. Ripe figs, warm grain, not dying of starvation. He finishes with a shaky plea. Please accept our temple, great lady, and return to us your favor. Demeter says nothing. She walks past him. The entire crowd flinches. And then she stops. Before you stands the temple, a hastily built structure of stone and wood, more functional than fabulous. It's not Mount Olympus, but it wasn't meant to be. It's meant to be a symbol, a shelter for the seasonless. She steps inside. It's simple. A stone floor, unpainted walls, a shallow altar covered in frost, a few clay votives, mostly cracked, and in the corner, a bowl of grain, left out like a lost pet. Demeter kneels beside it, fingers brushing the kernels. They're hard, cold, useless in this state, but they're still here. She exhales, long and low. And suddenly, just barely, the room warms. The flame of one votive flickers back to life. It's not a yes, not a full return, but it's something. A breadcrumb of mercy. The villagers breathe again. Here's your mainstream myth fact. Eleusis did, in fact, become one of the most important cult centers of ancient Greece, thanks to Demeter. The rituals performed there, the Eleusinian mysteries, were some of the most secret and sacred rites in antiquity. Initiates swore never to reveal what they witnessed inside. To this day, scholars still debate what exactly went down in there. The best guesses involve symbolic death and rebirth reenactments, lots of torch-lit walking, and possibly psychedelic barley beer. No, really. But back to your story. Demeter stands in the center of her new temple now. The villagers outside wait silently. The wind picks up, curling around the walls like it's trying to eavesdrop. She doesn't promise anything. Instead, she begins to teach. One woman steps forward with a basket. Demeter lifts the cloth. Seeds. Fragile, dry, mostly useless in the cold. But Demeter holds them like treasure. She turns to the gathered crowd and speaks, not loud, but clear. But from this, we begin again. It's not grand, but it's gospel. She shows them how to bury seeds deeper, where the frost can't reach. How to build stone circles to catch the sun. How to read the wind, not for storms, but for signs. She tells them to prepare, not for immediate bloom, but for eventual return. And just like that, the famine becomes something else. A waiting, an understanding. The people light more votives. They pass bread to one another, not as food, but as ritual. They carve symbols into door frames, circles, spirals, the pomegranate now sketched like a warning and a promise. And Demeter? She lets them, not because she's ready to forgive, but because she's finally being heard. You sit beside her that night, watching shadows dance across the walls of the temple. She's quieter than usual, not heavy like before, just thoughtful. I never asked to be worshipped, she says suddenly, eyes still on the flames. I asked for fairness. You nod, though you're not sure if she means from Zeus, from Hades, from Persephone, or from the world itself. Then she says something softer. I only wanted her to be safe. And there it is, the truth behind the frost, the storm beneath the stillness. You realize, in that moment, that winter isn't just her sadness. It's her shield, her pause, her way of saying, I'm not ready yet. But spring will come. Because somewhere below, Persephone is dreaming of sunlight. And somewhere above, Demeter is watching for her shadow on the horizon. Just not yet. Tonight, there's only this, a flickering flame, a handful of seeds, and a goddess who, despite everything, has not given up on the earth. Section 11. You're walking through a landscape that's trying to pretend it's okay. The snow's melted in patches, leaving behind frozen mud and hopeful weeds. Trees shake out their bare limbs, like they're waking from a nap they didn't agree to. A single crocus peeks through the frost, like someone poking their head into a room, going, "We good yet?" But Demeter? Demeter is not good yet. You're at her side as she steps through the ruins of what used to be a lush hillside. The grass hasn't come back. The olive trees look deeply offended. Even the birds chirp in a hesitant, "Please don't smite us" tone. She stops at a rock that's been split clean in two by some forgotten quake. Or maybe not forgotten. Maybe it was her. You sit beside her. She hasn't spoken in hours. Her hand curls over a brittle stalk of wheat. It doesn't crumble, but it doesn't bloom either. You can feel it. The land is waiting on her. And she's still undecided. Sure, the people built her a temple. They've learned the new rituals, the right hymns. They finally stopped trying to microwave sacrifices and started doing things properly. But Demeter isn't holding out for worship. She's holding out for Persephone. Still, even now, that's when something strange happens. You catch a scent. Faint, sweet, unmistakable, fresh fruit. Not much. Just a whisper of ripeness. Pomegranate, maybe. Or plum. You're not sure, but it's enough to make your head turn. And apparently hers too. She stands, face suddenly alert, like a deer scenting thunder. She looks to the horizon. You squint. Nothing. Just the usual gray, the usual quiet, the usual ache. But Demeter keeps walking. Faster now. Purpose building in her every step. You chase after her through the low hills, across silent fields, past streams just beginning to gurgle again. She stops at the edge of a grove. Her breath catches. Because there, in the far distance, just a flicker of motion, stands a figure. Slim, dark-haired, half-lit by the returning sun. Persephone. She's not fully emerged. Not yet. Just that shimmer of return. A memory turning solid. A dream walking toward morning. Demeter doesn't shout, doesn't run. She waits, because this is part of the rhythm now. And sure enough, slowly, carefully, Persephone steps out of the shadow. Spring doesn't explode. It unfolds. The ground softens beneath your feet. The frost lets go, like an old friend finally releasing a hug. Buds appear at the edges of branches. Birds that haven't sung in months suddenly remember the lyrics. Persephone is back. Not just visiting, not just passing through, but back. Demeter walks to her. No tears, no speeches. Just an embrace that makes the sky exhale. And around them, the world begins to bloom. Now, here's a historical nugget for you. The ancient Thesmophoria festival, held in Demeter's honor, included a curious ritual called Anados, the rising. Women would bury piglets and sacred cakes in pits, let them rot all winter, then dig them up in spring as fertilizer and symbols of resurrection. Gross? Yes. Symbolically powerful? Also, yes. Because it echoed this moment. What goes down must come up. What dies must feed. What grows? Persephone steps into the light, and the grain follows. You walk with the two of them through the fields. Everywhere her feet touch, something opens. Clover, iris, small pink blossoms that seem to shiver as they uncurl. The bees return like they've been on a very long coffee break. Demeter, though? She's not fully smiling. Because she knows. It's temporary. It will always be temporary. Persephone has 1 foot in the world of the living and 1 foot in the shadow. She's learned to love both, or at least live in both. And Demeter? She's learning to accept that. Kind of. Sort of. Not really. At least she's trying. One evening, the two of them sit in a field of barley, watching the sky turn lilac and gold. The breeze is warm, the way it hasn't been in months. You sit nearby, pretending not to eavesdrop. "I missed this," Persephone says softly. Demeter's voice is gentle, but firm. "Then stay." "I can't," Persephone replies. "You know I can't." Demeter sighs, doesn't argue, just pulls her daughter closer. And they sit like that for a long time. Scholars still argue whether this myth was meant to comfort or to warn. Was it a promise that spring always returns, or a reminder that nothing good lasts forever? Either way, it stuck for generations, for centuries, because it's true. This balance, this heartbreak, this fragile miracle of return. You lie down in the grass, the scent of green and dirt and sky filling your lungs. The ground is soft now, warm, buzzing with unseen roots that whisper upward. You close your eyes, and for a moment, just a moment, you believe this peace will last. But you know it won't. And that's okay, because now you understand. Spring only means something because of winter. Section 12. You wake to thunder, not the loud, dramatic kind that shakes trees and sends goats into a panic. This one is far away, deep, rolling, more like a distant grumble than a scream. It sounds tired. It sounds old. It sounds like Zeus just realized he forgot to RSVP to his own chaos. You sit up in a blooming field. Clover, daffodils, those tiny blue wildflowers that always look surprised. Everything's alive again. The sky is clear, but the air crackles faintly, like it knows someone up there is about to lose their immortally pampered temper. And sure enough, the clouds part, and Zeus shows up. Not in full king of gods regalia. No lightning bolts, no swans. Just Zeus in his casual disappointment toga, floating above the wheat with his arms crossed. "Demeter," he booms. "We need to talk." Here we go. Demeter rises slowly, brushing flower petals off her sleeves. Her expression is that of a woman who has absolutely zero time for another divine lecture. "What now?" she asks, already bored. Zeus gestures broadly to the earth, now alive, blooming, thriving again, and tries to sound rational. "The humans, they're not praying like they used to." Demeter blinks. "They're not bringing offerings," he adds. "Sacrifices are down. Participation is slipping." "And you think this is my fault?" she asks, deadly calm. Zeus hesitates. "I think your grief has made you hard to approach." Demeter folds her arms. "Oh, I'm so sorry. My centuries-long trauma has made the temple vibes slightly less chipper." You suppress a grin. "See, here's the thing. Demeter knows she's scary now. The humans may love her, but they also tiptoe around her. They leave offerings, like kids sliding snacks under a bedroom door after getting caught stealing cookies. Her silence carries more weight than Zeus's storms ever did. And that bothers him. Because Zeus runs Olympus like a high-maintenance HOA. He needs structure, schedule, regular sacrifices. And Demeter? She's turned seasonal. Literally. She only smiles 6 months out of the year. The rest, she freezes the land and refuses to take his calls. You step back as the sky darkens a bit more. Demeter sighs. Let them worship in their way, she says. They come when they need to. That should be enough. Zeus scoffs. You're encouraging unpredictability, emotion. She tilts her head. You're surprised the goddess of life and death has feelings? Now here's your historical anchor for this bit. Ancient Greek religion wasn't static. People didn't just fear the gods. They negotiated with them. Worship was personal. And with Demeter, especially during the Thesmophoria and Eleusinian mysteries, it was emotional. A relationship built on shared cycles of planting, of waiting, of loss. Demeter embodied something the other Olympians rarely did, suffering. And people connected with that. Still, Zeus can't admit defeat. He tries a new tactic. Fake concern. We're worried about you, he says, gesturing vaguely to the heavens like there's a committee up there. Maybe you should rest. Take a sabbatical. Let someone else handle the earth for a while. And there it is. Not a suggestion, a power play. Demeter narrows her eyes. Somewhere nearby, a field of poppies wilts instantly. You want to replace me? She says, voice like chilled honey. Zeus shrugs. Not replace. Just lighten your load. A beat. Then Demeter laughs. Not a sweet laugh. A laugh that cracks thunder. You think anyone else can do this? She says, sweeping her arm across the landscape. You think Ares is going to plant beans? Maybe Aphrodite will irrigate? The earth rumbles lightly beneath your feet. You take a cautious step back. If you try, she adds, I'll withhold everything. For everyone. Again. Zeus opens his mouth, closes it. Looks like he's calculating the grain-to-prayer ratio. Eventually, he exhales through his nose, mutters something about fine and emotional blackmail, and disappears in a clap of grumpy thunder. The clouds clear. You and Demeter stand in the sudden calm. She brushes dirt from her hands, muttering, He really tried to outsource spring. You laugh, and here's your fringe tidbit for this chapter. There was actually a lesser-known goddess named Despoina, sometimes said to be another daughter of Demeter, sometimes Persephone's sister, depending on the source. Some ancient cults worshipped her in winter rites, especially in Arcadia. Scholars still debate whether she was a shadow version of Persephone or a rejected subplot in Demeter's mythos. Either way, the idea stuck. Don't mess with Demeter's family tree. You walk with her again as the day stretches golden around you. The flowers sway. The bees hum in low harmony. Birds flutter past like gossiping couriers, probably spreading the news that Zeus just got metaphorically spanked in a barley field. And Demeter? She looks calm. Maybe not happy, but steady. I just want balance, she murmurs, more to herself than to you. They keep mistaking balance for weakness. You nod. And for now, at least, she doesn't have to fight. Persephone is here. The earth is blooming. Zeus has retreated to go lecture a cloud, or whatever he does when he's sulking. And you? You get to lie in the grass, eyes closed, listening to the world. Remember how to breathe. Section 13. You're following Hermes now, No chariot, no trumpets, no crowd of heavenly groupies. Just a guy with winged sandals, a slightly disheveled tunic, and the eternal aura of, I'm just here to fix it. He's descending again, threading his way back into the underworld. Not for the first time, and definitely not the last. It's his job, after all. Messenger of the gods, professional deliverer of awkward news, and part-time divine customer service representative. Today's assignment? Check on Persephone, because while things up above are blooming and buzzing, and everyone's pretending they've totally adjusted to this whole seasonal grief schedule, someone up on Olympus has started to wonder, what's it like down there? What's Persephone doing when she's not picking flowers and twirling through spring meadows? Is she just moping around in the dark, playing the underworld version of solitaire? Zeus has concerns. Hera's curious, but pretending she's not. And Demeter? Well, she's trying not to ask. She tells herself that when Persephone is below, it's better not to imagine it. But Hermes, bless him, just does the job. Down he goes. You follow him past the roots of ancient trees, through tunnels lined with lost echoes, across the banks of the river Styx, where even the water seems to sigh. Shades float past like confused dreams. Cerberus raises one head, gives a tail wag of recognition, then goes back to gnawing on something you really hope is metaphorical. And then you see her, you, Persephone, queen of the underworld. She's not wearing white anymore. No floral wreaths, no innocents playing at dress-up. She's in deep green now, like moss, like laurel, like velvet turned to shadow. Her crown isn't gold, but iron, slim and curved, like a crescent moon that could also be a blade. And when she turns to greet Hermes, there's steel in her eyes. But don't mistake this for bitterness. This is a girl who's grown into herself. The underworld isn't a prison. It's her second skin now. She walks these halls with quiet confidence, not because she's learned to love death, but because she's learned to live alongside it. Hermes bows with a bit more respect than usual. You've settled in, he says. She nods. I had to. He glances around. And Hades? Busy, she says. Someone's always dying. Fair point. They walk together through halls carved from memory and black stone. The ceilings hum with low echoes. Ghosts pass, not noticing them. Or perhaps just too polite to interrupt. Hermes gives her the usual divine check-in. The gods are still petty. Mortals are still confused. Demeter still pretends she's fine. Persephone smiles at that. Sad, but warm. Tell her I'm well. Hermes hesitates. You know I can't lie to her. Persephone nods. Then tell her I'm learning. Here's your mainstream historical nugget. In later Greek mystery cults, Persephone wasn't just seen as a kidnapped maiden. She was revered as a powerful goddess of rebirth. Her descent and return weren't just seasonal metaphors. They were cosmic truths, a promise that death wasn't the end. She was the guide through darkness, the whisperer of hope in the soil. And you can see that truth in her now. She stops at a small, hidden garden. Yes, a garden in the underworld. Plants here don't bloom the way they do above. They glow faintly, grow slowly, Some don't have leaves, just whispers. But they're alive. Persephone kneels beside a strange, flowering vine that pulses gently with blue light. She touches it, and it curls toward her like a sleeping thing, returning to its breath. Hermes watches. "You made this?" She shrugs. "I planted it last winter. Thought I'd see if anything could grow here." And here's your fringe fact. A few lesser-known poems from the Hellenistic period describe Persephone tending ghostly gardens, plots of land where she grew pale lilies from tears, or silver ferns from forgotten names. Most scholars dismiss these as poetic flourishes. But you're watching it happen. This is what she does down here. She makes space for growth where nothing should bloom. She doesn't fight the darkness. She rearranges it. They keep walking, and Hermes finally broaches the question. "You don't regret it?" he asks, not unkindly. Persephone pauses. "Sometimes," she says, "but I also know who I am now." She glances up at you, like she senses your presence for the first time. "Would I have found that if I'd stayed in the meadow forever?" You don't answer. Not because you don't have one, but because some questions are meant to linger. Eventually, Hermes takes his leave. Back up the spiral path, through roots and shadows, up to the realm of bees and barley. Persephone stays. She returns to her throne, not just to wait, but to rule. Because even when the world above blooms without her, she is not idle. She is learning. She is growing. She is becoming something more than the girl who was taken. And when the time comes again, when the pomegranate burns in her mouth and the soil above begins to thaw, she will rise, not as a rescued daughter, but as the woman who walks both worlds without apology. You follow her a little longer, long enough to see her close her eyes and breathe, not like someone longing for sunlight, but like someone carrying it, even here, especially here. Section 14. You rise through the shadowed halls of the underworld alongside Hermes, but part of you lingers, because down there, behind that veil of stone and silence, sits Hades, king of the dead, collector of shades, and now, husband. And yes, that word feels weird, even for gods. You float just above the palace steps now, watching him. He sits on his throne of obsidian and regret, fingers steepled, expression unreadable. He's not what you expect, not snarling or ominous or twirling a mustache. Although honestly, if any god could pull that off. No, Hades just is, still, shadowed, and somehow sad without ever admitting it. He's not cruel, just deeply inconvenient. And that's the whole myth in a nutshell, isn't it? Because Hades didn't storm Olympus demanding a bride. He didn't crash mortal parties with infernal horses. He asked, politely, like someone requesting to borrow a library book. And Zeus, who was clearly too busy inventing drama elsewhere, said yes without mentioning it to, Persephone or her mother. This is what Hades thinks love looks like. A quiet agreement, a gesture, an offering of a throne beside his, maybe even respect. But, he kidnapped her. You can rationalize it 1,000 ways. It was tradition. It was poetic. It's symbolic. Still, the optics are terrible. And Demeter? Demeter's not over it. You find her, back on the surface, pacing a grove of wild olives and muttering to herself. She's not even looking at the trees. She's just going over the story again and again, like a mom dissecting a bad first date 2 years after it happened. He didn't even ask me. He took her like she was property. She ate seeds, Hermes. Seeds. That doesn't mean she wanted to stay. Every few steps, a flower nearby just straight up wilts from her frustration. You trail her to the edge of a rocky slope. Below is a village. Not Eleusis, but similar. Dusty homes, sheep the size of existential crises, children chasing each other with sticks, pretending they're Olympic javelins. Life is trying. So is Demeter. Sort of. She watches them from afar, then turns to you. She deserves better, she says. She's not a trophy. You nod. Because she's not. But here's the uncomfortable part of the myth. Persephone did stay. For half the year. And maybe not just because of the seeds. Scholars still argue whether Hades tricked her, or if, over time, she chose to remain. Some versions of the myth say she fell in love. Others insist it was Stockholm Syndrome in togas. Still others suggest the pomegranate was part of an ancient fertility rite, making her the bridge between worlds. Life and death, mother and wife, seed and soil. And in that complexity, there's Hades, not twirling a villain mustache, just waiting. He walks his own halls, passing ghosts that don't speak. He tends to the rivers, Lethe, Styx, Acheron, making sure their currents stay within bounds. He visits the Elysian fields, where heroes drift in half-forgotten bliss. He nods to Cerberus, pets him absent-mindedly, and then stands at the garden Persephone built. He doesn't touch it. He just waits. And when Persephone returns, he doesn't demand, doesn't gloat. He says, "You're here," as if that's enough. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. Their marriage is not what you'd call ideal. It's quiet. It's strange. It's tangled like ivy around an old tombstone. But it's theirs. And in some tellings, she rules beside him, not as a hostage, but as an equal, queen of the underworld, arbiter of who comes, who stays, and who gets to forget. She's the balance to his boundary, the spring to his shadow. Demeter hates this part, the letting go part, but she's learning, slowly, painfully, with the emotional grace of someone dragging a plow uphill. You sit with her one evening as she braids stalks of wheat into a quiet spiral. She doesn't say much, just hums softly, hands busy, eyes distant. "She'll go again soon," she says, after a long while. You don't answer, because you both know it's true. "Do you think he loves her?" she asks suddenly. Now there's a question no one wants to answer at family dinner. You pause, choose your words carefully. "I think he's trying," she exhales. Trying isn't enough. But she doesn't scorch the earth this time. She finishes the braid, sets it gently at the base of a tree. A gift, an offering, or maybe just a way to say, "I remember." Here's your fringe fact. There's a version of the myth where Demeter eventually visits the underworld herself, not in rage, but in reflection. She walks those halls, sees the shadows, speaks to Hades, and maybe, just maybe, sees her daughter not as lost, but changed. Tonight isn't that version. But it's coming. For now, Demeter rises, dusts off her knees, and walks back into the field. No lightning, no thunder. Just footsteps soft against soil she's still not sure she trusts. Section 15. You're standing at the edge of a familiar field, the kind that should feel safe, golden, predictable. But this time, it feels like a courtroom. Demeter and Persephone are there, facing each other in the high spring light. There's no jury, no judge, no gavels, just that terrible hush that comes right before two people finally say the hard thing out loud. Demeter holds something small in her palm, a pomegranate seed. It glows red in the sun, like a drop of blood someone made shiny on purpose. Perfect, poisonous, poetic. She doesn't say anything, just lets it sit there, catching the light, like a loaded question. Persephone looks down at it, then up, and says, "I only ate 6. Demeter flinches, not visibly, not dramatically, just enough that you see her jaw tighten. 6 seeds. That's the number. The magic math. The part of the myth where consequences get weighed in bites instead of intentions. Eat food in the underworld, and you stay. Everyone knows that rule. Everyone says Persephone didn't know, that it was an accident, that she was tricked, or starving, or curious. But here's the part no one ever says out loud. What if she meant to? Not all 6. Not enough to stay forever. Just enough to return. Demeter can't say it, but she's thinking it. "Why didn't you spit them out?" she asks, voice dry as sun-baked wheat. Persephone shrugs, but it's the kind of shrug that means everything. "I didn't know what would happen," she says. "But I knew something had to happen." The silence that follows is heavy with the weight of all the versions of this story that could have been. And here's your mythological fact for tonight. In nearly every telling of this myth, the number of seeds equals the number of months Persephone must remain below. 1 seed equals 1 month. 6 seeds equals half the year. Some say it was 3. Others say she pocketed the rest, but only admitted to 6. Classic teen behavior. And historians? They still argue whether the number was symbolic or part of an older agricultural calendar tied to crop cycles and moon phases. Because of course, they do. Scholars love nothing more than turning a piece of fruit into a semester's worth of interpretation. But you're not in a classroom. You're in a field, watching a mother try not to cry over 6 seeds. Persephone steps forward. She takes the last pomegranate seed from Demeter's hand, holds it, weighs it. "I didn't know I would change down there," she says. "But I did." Demeter's voice is low. "I didn't." And there it is, the real wound. Demeter stayed the same, up here in the sun, waiting, worrying, cracking the sky open in grief. Persephone left, descended, grew sharp in the shadows, and returned with a voice that doesn't ask permission anymore. They don't argue, not in the way you expect. There's no yelling, no dramatic hair flipping or vengeful thunderclouds. But you feel it. This is the conversation they've avoided for centuries. "Do you love him?" Demeter finally asks, words like stone. Persephone looks up, and for a moment, she's the girl in the meadow again, the one with bare feet and poppies in her hair. Then she answers, I love me when I'm with him. Oof. The ground doesn't shake, but it wants to. Demeter turns away, blinking hard. She doesn't scream. She doesn't collapse. She just stares at a patch of wildflowers and clenches her fists. Because what do you do when your daughter chooses to bloom in the dark? Here's your fringe tidbit. In Orphic traditions, those dreamy, slightly more emo branches of Greek mythology, Persephone isn't just queen of the dead. She's the mother of Zagreus, a god of rebirth and transcendence. In those stories, her time in the underworld isn't a punishment. It's sacred. She becomes a portal, a guide, a necessity. Back in your field, Demeter takes a deep breath. She opens her hand again, but it's empty now. Persephone places the seed on her palm, like a truce. 6 seeds. 6 months. It's not justice. It's not peace. But it's balance. And sometimes, that's all you get. They walk together in silence for a while, through the blooming barley, past bees that don't care about existential tension, between wildflowers that nod politely but don't interrupt. Eventually, they reach the old stone temple at the edge of the grove, the one mortals built for Demeter in a panic, but still tend with trembling reverence. They step inside. There's a bowl on the altar, and without a word, Persephone drops the last seed into it. A soft sound, final, like a promise signed in juice. Demeter places her hand on the bowl, closes her eyes, and accepts it. This is how the cycle begins. Or maybe how it always was. Section 16. You're back in the temple now, the one Demeter didn't ask for, but slowly turned into a second heart. The air inside is warm, not from fire, but from presence. The walls still smell faintly of grain, olive oil, and old offerings. A few bees have snuck in, bumbling lazily around the rafters, like they're checking on things. You sit in the corner, watching Demeter and Persephone standing at the altar with that shared silence that only mothers and daughters can maintain without combusting. They're not hugging. They're not crying. They're negotiating, God style. Because with those 6 seeds eaten, it's time to talk logistics. And nothing gets more complicated than divine custody agreements. Forget spreadsheets. This is Olympus. They settle things in riddles, rituals, and weather patterns. So, Demeter says carefully, 6 months with me. 6 months? Down there. Persephone nods. Demeter's hands clench slightly, but she doesn't argue. She knows what happens when she pushes too hard. The earth remembers that famine. Mortals are still planting prayers next to their potatoes because of it. But when you're with me, Demeter continues, you're here, in the fields, the forests, the temples. Persephone raises an eyebrow. And when I'm with Hades? Demeter pauses. Just don't lose yourself. And that's the thing, because that's what she's really afraid of. Not the underworld itself, not even Hades anymore. She's afraid that the daughter she raised in sunlight will forget the way the sun feels, that she'll stop needing the warmth, the green, the humming bees. But Persephone has already changed. You can see it in her eyes. Calm, quiet, full of strange knowledge. She hasn't forgotten the surface. She's woven both worlds into herself. So they sit, side by side, and begin drafting the terms, not with scrolls or golden ink, but with the turning of the earth itself. Spring to late summer. Persephone stays above. Flowers bloom like confetti. Fruit ripens in waves. And humans throw too many festivals. Autumn to winter. She returns below. The fields frost. Trees turn skeletal. The earth exhales and waits. It's not just about Persephone coming and going. It's about what she carries between the two worlds. In spring, she brings back the stories of the dead, quiet wisdom, soft warnings, the understanding that everything ends, so bloom now. In winter, she carries down stories of the living, sunlight, bread, warmth, laughter, too loud to keep bottled. She's a messenger of both. And Demeter? Demeter's learning to share. Sort of. Sometimes. With mild thunderstorms. Here's your mainstream myth. Touchstone. Ancient Greeks marked this dual arrangement in their agricultural calendars. The sowing season in autumn and the harvest in summer bookended Persephone's time above ground. Her cycle was baked into farming schedules, religious festivals, and even legal ceremonies. Time itself bent around her footsteps. Back in the temple, Hermes shows up again. Because, of course, he does. He materializes at the door, like a divine postal worker who's always one sentence ahead of everyone else. "Just here to finalize the agreement," he says, pulling out a scroll that unrolls way too far for dramatic effect. Demeter sighs. Persephone smirks. Hermes scans the terms. 6 months each. No divine interference, unless agreed upon by both parties. No sneaky pomegranate seed clauses. Visitation rules to be enforced with lightning bolts, if necessary. Demeter gives Zeus a look through the ceiling. Hermes continues. Earth's fertility, directly tied to Demeter's emotional state. Seasonal shifts to occur annually, with no exceptions, unless explicitly approved by the fates. Do they ever approve anything? Persephone asks. Not really, Hermes says. They sign, not with pens, but with presence, the kind of signature only gods can leave. A vibration in the soil, a pulse in the air. Somewhere in the distance, a pear tree blooms a month early, just from the reverberation. And just like that, it's official. Seasonal visitation, divine joint custody. Cue the drama club applause. Here's your fringe detail. In some obscure versions of the myth, there was a celebration every time Persephone returned to the surface. Not just a festival, a procession. Priests and priestesses would walk with torches in the night to reenact her return, calling her name in rhythmic chants. Some say they wore black and then changed to white halfway through. Symbolic, theatrical, emotionally exhausting. You leave the temple with them, Demeter and Persephone, walking side by side through a field that's already beginning to bloom. They don't speak. They just walk. And everything around them leans in to listen. Grain ripples. Birds return to the trees like they just remembered their lines. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. For now, the cycle holds. For now, mother and daughter walk together. And somewhere far below, Hades pauses in his throne room, glancing upward, waiting for the moment the earth turns once more. Section 17. You're walking through a world that's waking up fast. It's spring, but not the soft, tentative kind. This is the bam, blink, and you missed it kind of spring. Flowers are shoving their way out of the dirt, like they've got somewhere to be. Vines curl across stone walls with attitude. Bees are partying in midair. Even the breeze feels caffeinated. And at the center of it all, Persephone. She's just arrived from the underworld. Again. But this time, she steps onto the earth like she owns it. Not just visiting, not sheepish, not dragged here with flower crowns and guilt. She walks into spring like a returning queen, and the earth throws a full-on celebration. Blossoms explode from branches, fountains gurgle like they're laughing. A chorus of frogs sings off-key, but with great enthusiasm. You'd think nature missed her or something. Demeter meets her just past a grove of almond trees. The look on her face is hard to pin down. Half relief, half suspicion. The kind of face you make when your kid comes back from college with 2 new piercings and a philosophical take on death. But she says nothing. Just wraps Persephone in an embrace that smells like sunshine and last year's memories. You stand a few feet back and watch the reunion. The world watches too. Because when Persephone returns, the earth doesn't just bloom. It inhales. All winter, it held its breath, waiting. And now, with her footsteps touching soil, it exhales in petals and pollen and sudden warmth. Here's your mainstream mythology fact. Ancient Greeks saw Persephone's return each year as the literal cause of spring. Not a metaphor, not a mood, a mechanism. She walks back into the world, and nature follows suit. Crops begin to grow. Animals mate. Birds go wild. It's not symbolic, it's causation. And Demeter lets it happen. For once, she doesn't hover. She doesn't scold. She just watches her daughter glow. But oh, she notices the change. Persephone isn't the same girl who got kidnapped in a field of flowers. There's something darker behind her smile now. Not evil, just deep. Like she's carrying stories no one above ground wants to hear. And maybe that's true, because when she speaks, it's slow, thoughtful. Her hands still brush the flowers as she walks, but there's calculation now, intent. She knows which ones grow from bulbs and which from bones. She sits with her mother beneath a tree heavy with figs and begins to hum something. Low, rhythmic, hypnotic. The vines around them stretch to hear it better. Even the birds go quiet, listening, like they understand the words hidden inside the tune. You sit nearby, and for a moment, it's easy to forget this is a story about loss. Because today, everything is alive. Even the stones feel warmer under your feet. Persephone picks a wild flower and spins it between her fingers. The shadows down there aren't scary, she says suddenly, as if responding to a question no one asked. They're soft, like velvet. Demeter doesn't respond, but her gaze drops to the flower in her daughter's hand, and you can almost hear her thoughts. Soft isn't safe. Still, she doesn't argue, because Persephone is here. And when she's here, the earth remembers how to live. Here's a fringe fact that doesn't get mentioned often. In certain regions of Greece, people celebrated Persephone's return with rites that involved planting in darkness. Seeds were buried in clay pots, hidden in caves or cellars, then brought out into the light in spring. It wasn't just about growth. It was about transformation, about trusting that something buried could still bloom. Persephone embodies that trust. Each year, she proves that return is possible, that what dies isn't lost, that descent doesn't mean disappearance. Even now, she's already walking the fields, trailing her fingers across furrows newly dug by hopeful farmers. She hums encouragement to seeds, smiles at lambs, winks at the bees. And still, behind all that joy, you see it, a clock ticking in her chest. Because she knows this isn't forever. She knows that beneath the surface, the underworld waits, quiet, patient. Its king probably tending to her garden, dusting thrones, maybe practicing small talk for her return. But for now she's here, and she's not wasting a second. You walk with her into a grove where young women are braiding garlands. They see her and light up like she's a pop star and a priestess all at once. She joins them, laughing, hands weaving flowers faster than the others can keep up. Demeter watches from a distance, hands clasped tightly in front of her. You can tell she wants to freeze the moment, trap it in amber, keep her daughter laughing in that sunbeam forever. But she can't. None of us can. Seasons roll forward. Stories change. Children grow. And sometimes they bloom in places you can't follow. But Demeter doesn't look away. She watches her daughter laugh and dance and blossom. And for now, that's enough. Section 18. The days stretch longer now. You notice it in the light. Thicker, warmer, dripping over hills like honey that forgot how to set. Birds are louder. Rivers run faster. Even the trees seem to sway a little more smugly, full of leaves and absolutely zero self-awareness. Persephone is thriving. She moves through the world like a current. Every orchard she visits bears too much fruit. Farmers keep muttering things like, "Blessed be her sandals," and, "Okay, but why are the onions flirting?" Children chase her in the fields, tossing petals like she's a walking May Day parade. They don't see the shadow in her smile, only the bloom. But you see both. And so does Demeter. She's quieter these days, watchful. She doesn't hover exactly. She just always seems to be around, tidying olive groves that don't need tidying, pulling weeds that pull themselves, staring at the horizon like she's waiting for a ship that only sails in dreams. Because the clock is ticking, and everyone knows it. You sit with her in a barley field one afternoon, the sun warm on your back, the scent of cracked grain and daisies floating through the air. She's weaving again, long stems into circles, circles into chains. Her fingers move like she's been doing this since the first calendar was carved into cave walls. She's happy, you offer. Demeter doesn't look up. I know. She's different, still weaving. I know that too. A pause, and then she says it. She's already fading. You blink. What do you mean? She's still here, Demeter says. But part of her has already turned toward the dark. It's not bitterness. It's not even grief. It's a mother tracking the way light bends around her child. She sees what others miss. The slight, delay in Persephone's laugh, the way her shadow stretches a little farther than it should, the way she touches certain flowers like she's saying goodbye. And sure enough, Persephone feels it too. One morning, she steps barefoot into a field of poppies. She kneels, presses her hand to the soil, and frowns. "It's cooling," she whispers. Demeter doesn't respond, but you see the flicker in her jaw. She knew. Of course she knew. She is the soil. Persephone stands slowly. Her hair's grown longer since she returned. Her robes brighter. But under it all, there's still that thread of shadow. Like winter left fingerprints on her ribs. They walk together, mother and daughter, through gardens now overripe. Fruit drops from branches unpicked. Bees work overtime, frantic and dizzy. The air feels thick, as if summer is holding its breath, trying to delay the inevitable. And Demeter? She starts to wilt. Not dramatically, not all at once, but the signs are there. The ground doesn't respond quite as quickly. The wheat takes longer to turn gold. Her footsteps no longer bloom with wildflowers, because she knows what's coming. Again. And it still hurts. You ask her one evening, tentatively, "Does it ever get easier?" She smiles, but it's not the kind that reaches her eyes. "No," she says. "You just learn not to scream every time." That's the thing about grief with a schedule. It never gets softer. You just build rituals around it. Wrap it in tradition. Call it seasonal. Here's your historical fact for this chapter. In many Greek city-states, the turning of the year was marked by sacred calendar months that literally tracked Persephone's movement. Entire agricultural and religious systems were arranged around her departure and return. Festivals like the Haloa, the Thesmophoria, and the Anthesteria weren't just parties. They were coping mechanisms. You follow Persephone through one last celebration. A festival thrown in her honor. Torches lit at twilight. Women dancing in spirals. Songs that start cheerful but end in minor keys. Bread shaped like wombs. Seeds mixed into wine. The whole thing feels like a party and a funeral. And Persephone, she dances. Not for them, for herself. Every spin flares her skirt like a flame. Her feet trace symbols into the dirt, ancient ones, older than even Demeter. The mortals cheer. The gods watch. And somewhere below, Hades feels it. He knows it's almost time. You sit with her afterward, beneath a tree so full of fruit, it's practically bragging. "Will you miss this?" you ask. She plucks an apple, bites, chews slowly. "I already do." Later that night, she and Demeter share a meal in silence. Just bread, olives, a few ripe figs, and then Persephone leans across the table and places her hand on her mother's. "I'll come back." Demeter nods, doesn't speak. She knows. You can't promise spring without winter anymore. They walk to the edge of the forest, where the shadows thicken and the air cools. And just before she steps into the dark, Persephone turns back and smiles. It's not a goodbye. It's a pause. But Demeter stands there, long after she's gone, listening, waiting, for the earth to stop blooming, for her grief to begin again. Section 19. It happens slowly this time. No cracks in the earth, no black horses, No chariots scraping up through the floor of the world. Just silence. Persephone is gone. Again. And the land feels it instantly. You feel it too. You're standing beside Demeter in the middle of a meadow that just a week ago was a riot of life, color, noise, things blooming out of sheer enthusiasm. Now, it's holding back, like someone pressed pause on the whole ecosystem. The bees buzz slower. The flowers stay closed. Even the birds seem confused. Halfway through a song, they just trail off, like they forgot the words. Demeter doesn't move. She stands perfectly still in the tall grass, arms wrapped around herself, face toward the wind, like she's waiting for it to explain something. It doesn't. It never does. You've seen this before, but it still feels like the first time. The moment where everything shifts, where the earth remembers that it's alone again. People down in the villages sense it too. They're not dumb. They've lived through this before. They feel it in their joints, in the way the light changes, and how the warmth lingers a little too long before vanishing completely. And so, they start preparing. Wool blankets are hauled out of chests. Clay ovens are relit. The last tomatoes are pulled from the vines like salvaged treasure. No one says winter yet, but everyone knows. Because when Demeter grieves, everything slows. Everything cools. Everything waits. You follow her into the forest. It's quieter now. Even the trees seem to sigh when she passes, dropping leaves in polite sympathy. Her footsteps no longer bloom, just leave impressions in the soft soil like tired fingerprints. She stops beneath an oak and sits, not in ritual, not in power, just sits. You join her. She doesn't speak. And then she says, "Why do we always pretend it gets easier?" You think for a while, then say, "Maybe because pretending makes it survivable." She nods, then sighs. And somewhere in that sigh, the wind turns cold. Here's your historical fact for this stretch of the story. Many ancient Greek communities marked the first frost not by a date, but by the harvest goddess's rituals. Farmers would note Demeter's withdrawal based on how quickly the grain stopped ripening. They didn't rely on calendars. They watched the land, because the land was Demeter's voice. And right now, she's saying, "Not today, not for a while." You watch as she walks to a riverbank and kneels beside it. The water, once clear and brisk, now runs slower, heavier, like it knows. She presses her palm to the surface. The ripple spreads out slowly, but doesn't sparkle, just blurs. It's like trying to hold on to her shadow, Demeter says. The closer I get, the more it slips away. You stay silent, because what do you say to a goddess whose daughter lives in death half the year? Here's your fringe tidbit. In a few scattered ancient texts, ones most scholars file under weird cult poetry, Persephone is described as leaving behind a mirror image of herself each time she descends. A kind of echo, a version that walks the earth half alive, half dreaming. Some priests said Demeter clung to this shade as if it were real, planting whole gardens around it. Others claimed she cursed it and turned it into mist. Either way, it never spoke. Demeter walks again, not with purpose, just with gravity. Everywhere she goes, The color drains. Leaves curl. Vines sag. Fruits split and fall to the ground, uneaten. Fields that once practically sang with life now murmur soft lullabies to seeds tucked into the soil, telling them, "Not yet. Sleep more." In the village, people light candles during the evening meals. Not for light. There's still sun. But for comfort. For warmth against the growing hush of the world. Children ask their mothers, "Why does everything look sad?" And the mothers say, "Persephone has gone below." And the children nod like they understand. Some of them do. Demeter returns to Eleusis and steps inside her temple, which is colder now. The votive flames flicker weakly. The stone floor feels less like sanctuary and more like memory. She kneels before the altar and places a single pomegranate seed there, not to summon, not to accuse, just to mark the season. This is how it is now. 6 months of sun, 6 months of shadow. Life in rotation. You sit outside the temple, watching the sky dim earlier than it did last week. The trees are losing their fight against the wind. A squirrel darts past with what looks like an acorn and zero patience. It's beginning again, not with drama, with quiet. And Demeter? She doesn't rage. Not this time. She simply wraps herself in silence, pulls the earth in close, and lets everything sleep. Section 20. You arrive at Eleusis in the early dusk, when the sky blushes purple, and the land feels like it's leaning in to listen. Something is happening here. Not thunder, not famine, not the grinding silence of Demeter's despair. No, this is something else. People are gathering. They come from far-off villages and nearby coastlines, dusty roads and olive-strewn mountain paths, women with baskets, men with torches, elders with walking sticks carved with runes, young initiates whispering nervously, wearing linen robes that itch in places they aren't allowed to scratch. They've come for a reason, a ritual, a mystery. And at the center of it all, still and silent, stands Demeter. She's in the shadow of her own temple, stone still cool from the day's sun, torches now flickering in brackets along the outer walls. There's no throne, no crown, just her, barefoot in the twilight, watching them arrive like a teacher at the edge of a dream. You stand beside her. "Are you going to speak to them?" you ask softly. She shakes her head. "Not with words." This is the beginning of the Eleusinian mysteries, one of the strangest, most sacred, and best-kept secrets of ancient Greece. And you're about to walk through them, slowly, silently, step by ritualized step. Historians, of course, still argue over what actually happened during these ceremonies. Participants were famously sworn to secrecy, and they kept that oath, even under threat of death. No written records, no scrolls spilled, just guesses. But tonight, you get to witness the version whispered in myth. It starts with the torches, 2 lines of flame lighting the procession, route from the sea to the sanctuary. Pilgrims walk barefoot in the dust, some weeping, some humming, some too afraid to look up. This isn't a party. This is sacred. sacred like a heartbeat, sacred like grief you've given a shape. And at the front of the line, women in black. Their faces are painted with ash. Their robes are plain. They carry nothing but silence and something heavy you can't see. These are Demeter's mourners. They walk for her. And for every mother who's lost something she cannot name. Demeter doesn't lead them. She doesn't have to. They already know. You follow the crowd up toward the telesterion, the great hall of initiation. It looms ahead, like a memory carved from the hillside. No windows, only one massive door. Inside, a darkness so complete it feels like velvet pressing on your skin. This is where it begins, the descent. Not into the earth, but into the self. You move with the others, torches flickering, sandals soft against the stone. The silence deepens until even breath feels loud. Then, one by one, the torches are extinguished. Darkness. Total. Someone coughs. Someone sobs. And then, nothing. You lose track of time. Minutes. Hours. A single beat stretched so thin it becomes forever. This, they say, is the point. To feel what Persephone felt. To descend into unknowing. To live, for just a while, as if the light will never return. And then, flame. Sudden. Golden. All-consuming. The room ignites, not literally, but with presence. And at the center of it all, glowing like wheat beneath the morning sun, stands a woman. Not Demeter. Persephone. Or maybe both. Her robe is white now, stitched with gold threads so fine they shimmer like dew. In her hands, she holds two things, a sheaf of grain and a pomegranate. She lifts them high, says nothing, and everyone falls to their knees. Because now they understand death isn't the end. It's the middle. And what grows from it, that's the real miracle. You feel it rise through your chest, a warmth not born of fire, but knowing. The kind of knowing that turns fear into ritual and grief into rhythm. The kind that makes you plant seeds in cold dirt and trust they'll bloom. This is the heart of the mystery. Descent, darkness, return. And you understand now why no one wrote it down. Not because they couldn't, but because they didn't need to. You leave the hall in silence. The sky has shifted. Stars blink softly overhead. The moon leans in like a knowing smile. Demeter stands at the edge of the path, eyes on the horizon. She says nothing, just nods once, slow and steady. And you realize the mystery isn't what happened. The mystery is that it keeps happening. Every year, every season, every life. Persephone descends. Demeter mourns. The world holds its breath. And still, the seeds are planted. Section 21. The torches are out now. The crowds have dispersed, drifting back to their farms and cities, their sea-swept islands, and cramped little villages, where they'll carry the silence of the mysteries like a second heartbeat. You stay behind because you want to see what happens after. After the chants stop. After the smoke clears. After the story folds back into itself like an old scroll put away too carefully. Demeter is still here. She sits on the stone steps outside the telesterion, feet bare, hair loose, eyes reflecting the torchlight from the final watchfire. There's grain in her lap, a few wildflowers braided around her wrist, and something different in her. You realize its softness. She's not grieving tonight. She's remembering, and she's letting herself remember. Persephone isn't here, not physically. She's far below again, ruling in her quiet, velvet way. But in this moment, you feel them both, one above, one below, one in breadth, one in depth, and the world balanced. Demeter picks up a stalk of barley and turns it slowly between her fingers. They asked for more rituals this year, she says. They want more days, more torches, more secrets. Will you give it to them? You ask. She tilts her head. Maybe. But she smiles, and it's the kind that hides 1,000 seeds of memory. Because she knows something those villagers don't. Ritual is just grief with choreography. And now that they've danced, now that they've walked the descent and lit the flame, they belong to it too. Here's your historical anchor for this section. The Eleusinian mysteries were unique among Greek rites. They weren't exclusive to priests or nobles. Anyone, man, woman, enslaved, free, could be initiated as long as they spoke Greek and hadn't committed murder. This democratic sacredness is what made Eleusis so powerful. It was a place where the veil between the living and the dead wasn't feared. It was honored. And honored it still is, because people keep coming. Not just for blessings, for meaning. You walk with Demeter through the quiet town of Eleusis, past flickering lamps and doorways where people have left bowls of grain, plates of honey cakes, small pomegranate tokens tied with string. Offerings, yes, but also thank yous, and maybe a few please don't freeze our fields again gifts, just in case. In the main square, 2 women are sweeping the ground with brooms made of stiff reeds. They move slowly, deliberately, brushing away the ash left from last night's fires. Not to erase it, but to make space. Demeter watches. Do they know? You ask. She shakes her head. Not in their minds, but their hands remember. You stop at a small shrine nestled between 2 olive trees. It's crude, just stacked stones and a cracked pot. But someone's placed a tiny figurine inside. A woman holding a sheaf of wheat. Her face is worn smooth from generations of touches. Demeter kneels in front of it and adjusts the figurine. Do you ever wish they did know? You ask. The whole story? Demeter smiles without humor. They'd turn it into a cautionary tale, or a romance, or worse, an allegory. You both laugh, because it's true. They already have. She stands and brushes the dust from her knees, then pauses. Her gaze drifts eastward, toward the hills beyond the town where fields stretch like sleeping animals, and small footpaths wind into groves that used to echo with Persephone's laughter. You know, she says softly, she used to sing to the roots. You blink. What? When she was little. Before. She waves vaguely at the entire myth. All of this. Demeter crouches and places her hand on the ground. She'd press her palm into the soil and whisper songs, little things, made-up verses, just nonsense rhymes. But the roots listened. She smiles again, a little sadder this time. Sometimes I think they still do. You kneel beside her. The earth is warm, not from the sun. It's past midnight, but from within. You close your eyes and press your palm to the ground. You don't hear music, but you feel it. A rhythm, a pull, a kind of ancient heartbeat buried just below your reach. Persephone, always returning, always descending, always singing to the roots. Fringe myth time. A few ancient texts mention the root hymns of Kor, thought to be agricultural chants attributed to Persephone herself. Scholars have debated for centuries whether these were actual hymns or symbolic references to secret rites. But here, in this grove, it doesn't matter, because if she sang to the seeds, they remembered. Demeter stands and sighs. "Come," she says. "It's nearly time." For what? For planting. Because even though Persephone is gone and the soil grows cold, Demeter still sows. Not because she hopes the plants will bloom this season, but because that's what you do when you believe in return. You plant. You wait. You whisper into the dark. And you trust that something is listening. Section 22. The morning comes slow and pale. You wake to the sound of soil being moved. Not dug, not ripped, just stirred. Demeter is already in the field, sleeves rolled up, hands deep in the dirt. The sunrise slants low over her shoulders, golden light catching the curve of her back as she presses seeds into the earth like promises she fully intends to keep. You watch for a while before joining her. The field is quiet, but not empty. Birds chirp softly. A distant sheep lets out a sleepy complaint. Somewhere, a bee decides it's too early for this. Demeter doesn't speak at first. She just keeps working. Her movements steady, rhythmic, almost meditative. "You plant even in the cold?" you finally ask. She looks up, smudges of dirt across her cheeks, like war paint or grief freckles. "Especially in the cold." The soil is half frozen, reluctant, but she warms it with her hands, pressing each grain into place like she's telling it. "Yes, I know she's gone, but we're doing this anyway." That's the thing about Demeter. She mourns, but she never stops planting, because the planting is part of the mourning. You kneel beside her, feeling the chill of the ground seep into your knees. The seeds are small, barley, mostly, and tiny lentils that barely look alive. You pinch one between your fingers. "It looks like nothing," you say. Demeter smiles faintly. So do most beginnings. You press it into the soil, and it begins again. Here's your mainstream historical thread for today. The agricultural cycle in ancient Greece was deeply tied to religious belief, especially in the cult of Demeter. Winter sowing was common, particularly for barley and certain grains. Farmers believed that the seeds needed the cold to wake up properly, that death, or at least dormancy, was a kind of preparation. Just like Persephone's descent, the two of you move through the field, row by row. Each time your fingers press into the dirt, you feel something quiet respond. Not a voice, not magic, just attention. Like the ground knows. Demeter hums softly. Not a hymn, just a tune. Something old, something root deep. You hum with her, and for a moment, it's enough. Then she pauses, looks at the horizon, and you follow her gaze. Clouds, low and thick, the kind that don't bother with lightning. They just arrive and take the warmth away. First frost, she murmurs. You wait for anger, for sorrow, for that old thundering rage that once cracked mountains and withered entire cities. But instead, she sighs, not heavily, not with bitterness, just acceptance. This is how it goes, she says. I plant, it dies. I plant again. Why? You ask. Demeter shrugs. Because eventually, she returns. And there it is. The faith beneath the myth. The cycle beneath the story. You keep working. Hands numb now. Breath forming tiny clouds. But you don't stop. Because she doesn't. Because this work, the cold planting, the quiet pressing, the slow hope, is what keeps the world from unraveling. Later, in the grove, Demeter gathers dry sticks and lights a small fire. Not for ritual, not for show, just warmth. She holds her hands to it, eyes distant. Sometimes, she says, I wonder if she stays longer each year. You don't answer, because you've wondered the same. Maybe Persephone is drawn deeper now. Maybe the underworld offers something she can't get above. Maybe she rules there because she wants to. And maybe that's the part of the myth no one wants to say out loud. That Persephone isn't trapped. She's chosen. And Demeter? Demeter keeps planting anyway. Here's a fringe scholarly tidbit. A few rare texts suggest that Demeter intended for Persephone to return changed, that the descent was part of an ancient, pre-Olympian rite of goddess maturation. Kore, the maiden, becoming Persephone, the queen. In these versions, the separation is painful, yes, but sacred, a necessary splitting. You watch her now, this mother who knows how to mourn without stopping, how to keep tending what might not grow, how to whisper to soil like it might understand her better than the gods do. And maybe it does, because even in this cold, even in the ache of absence, something stirs beneath your hands, not blooming, not yet, but ready, waiting. Section 23. The frost thickens. You wake one morning to find the fields glazed in silver. Not snow, just that thin, crunchy kind of frost that looks beautiful until you realize it's murdered your basil. The air bites a little now, not like a wild animal, more like a cold, annoyed librarian shushing the last of summer's warmth. Demeter stands at the edge of the field, arms crossed, breath rising in soft little clouds. She doesn't look surprised, just resigned. It's early this year, she says. You nod, rubbing warmth back into your fingers. Feels like the earth's trying to skip straight to the end. Demeter doesn't respond, because you both know what it means. The descent is deep this time. Persephone has gone far, and in her absence, things begin to unravel. The crops in the highlands don't sprout. The olives hang like green bruises, refusing to ripen. The bees have retreated. Even the rivers run sluggish, as though the water itself is reluctant to keep moving. Demeter walks among it all, silent. She doesn't rage. Not anymore. She's past rage, past drama. This isn't the scorched earth tantrum of her early grief. This is something quieter, something worse. This is withholding. Because when Demeter chooses not to bless the soil, the earth just stops. Not violently, just completely. Here's your historical detail. The Eleusinian mysteries weren't just religious, they were agricultural. Initiates believed that by participating in Demeter's rites, they ensured fertility, not only of the land, but of their own lives. When Demeter withdrew, people genuinely feared famine. This wasn't myth. It was economics. Back in the village, people are starting to worry. The baker only has enough grain for 3 more days. The shepherd says his ewes are barren. A child asks why the sun feels tired. They don't say her name directly, but their eyes turn to the hills, to the temple, to Demeter. And Demeter, she turns inward. You find her in the olive grove one morning, sitting with her back against an old tree. She's holding a shriveled fig in one hand and a stone pestle in the other, as if she started to grind something and then forgot why. "Do you want company?" you ask. She shrugs, but doesn't say no. So you sit beside her, watching the wind comb through the dry grass. A bird tries to sing nearby, gets 2 notes out, then gives up. Demeter doesn't look at you when she says, "She's not just mine anymore." And there it is, the sentence she's been carrying all season. You don't answer. Just breathe with her, quietly, evenly. She has a realm, she continues, a throne, duties. And love? You ask, gently. Demeter frowns. Love is supposed to nurture, not steal. You consider that. Let it sit in the cold air between you. She's grown, you say, after a long pause. She's both now. Demeter closes her eyes. I didn't want her to be both. None of us want our children to become things we can't protect. She presses the shriveled fig between her fingers until it bursts. Seeds fall into her lap. And she says, I still plant them. That's the thing. The frost may have come. The blessings may have paused. But Demeter still plants. Not because she expects bounty, but because she refuses to forget. Here's your fringe fact. Some ancient rural communities practiced hope planting, sowing seeds in late autumn, not because they'd survive the cold, but because it honored the cycle. It told the earth, we still believe in spring. Some say Demeter started it. Others say mortals invented it out of desperation. Either way, the practice became a quiet rebellion against despair. You follow her back through the grove, through the brittle leaves and the stubborn ground. She stops at a patch of frozen earth and kneels. She doesn't pray. She doesn't plead. She just opens her palm and scatters seeds like stars across the ground. You can't tell what they are. Barley? Lentils? Maybe something older, something no one names anymore. And for the first time, she speaks to the soil. Not a poem, not a command, just a whisper. Hold her for me. The wind shifts, not warmer, but less sharp, as if the earth has heard her, as if Persephone, wherever she is, has too. Section 24. The wind has teeth now. You pull your cloak tighter as you make your way up the stone path to the temple. Even the olive trees look hunched, bracing themselves against the chill, like old men with bad knees. There's no more pretending. It's winter now. Fully. Officially. Miserably. And Demeter? She's gone very quiet. Not missing. Just withdrawn. You find her in the temple's inner chamber, sitting beside the hearth, staring into the dying embers. She hasn't stoked the fire in hours. It still burns, but just barely. The room is dim. The walls echo. She's not crying. She never cries. But you can feel the weight in her chest from across the room. You sit with her, letting the silence settle between you. Eventually, she says, when she's gone, it's like half the world is asleep. Then, more quietly, and so am I. You nod, because the land reflects the goddess. The goddess reflects the loss, and the loss reflects everyone who's ever stood in a quiet kitchen, holding a mug they don't want, staring out at nothing, waiting for someone who isn't coming back yet. The village feels it too. The market is quiet. Fewer vendors, fewer voices. The baker wraps loaves tighter, conserving what little flour remains. Children play indoors now, drawing swirls of smoke on cold windows. The priests don't chant. They murmur. They've stopped asking Demeter to bring the harvest. Now, they just ask her to hold on. Here's your historical anchor. Winter in ancient Greece wasn't as brutal as in Northern Europe, but it was still lean. Crops couldn't grow. Sea travel became dangerous. People relied on what they'd stored, and on the gods. Winter sacrifices to Demeter were smaller, quieter. Offerings were made not for bounty, but for survival. And here's something strange you've started noticing. Even now, some things grow. Moss on temple stones. A few rogue onions in a forgotten garden. Little green shoots pushing up from under dead leaves, like they don't know the rules. You point them out to Demeter. She smiles, but it's not happy. They always do that, she says. The stubborn ones. Then she leans forward, adds one thin stick to the hearth, and watches the flames rise just a little higher. You walk with her to the edge of the woods. The trees are skeletal now, their branches rattling in the wind like a warning or a lullaby, depending on your mood. Animals move less often. You catch sight of a hare curled into a ball near the roots of an oak, breathing slow. Even the bees are gone, tucked deep into their hives, like tiny sleeping priests. Demeter kneels and touches the soil. It's hard, cold, unyielding. She's deep this year, she says. You feel her? She nods. Always. Her hand hovers over the earth, as if she's listening with her skin. She doesn't cry down there, she adds, almost to herself. She's strong now. Quiet. But strong. You wonder what Persephone's doing right now. Sitting on her obsidian throne? Walking through the asphodel fields? Braiding her hair with silver threads made of breath and silence? Maybe she's sleeping. Maybe she's watching you. Here's a fringe myth for you. Some ancient sources claimed Persephone could send dreams to the living while in the underworld, that she whispered to sleepers, especially women, offering visions of renewal or soft warnings of grief to come. These dreams were called phasma, shadows. Not frightening, but echoing. You ask Demeter if she's dreamed of her daughter lately. She shakes her head. No. Would you want to? Another pause. Yes. And no. Because what hurts more? No dream at all? Or a dream that ends? That night, you sit beside her at the hearth again. She's crushing dried herbs with a stone bowl, mixing them into warm water. The smell is bitter and ancient, like medicine and memory. What is that? You ask. A drink for the cold, she says. Barley, pennyroyal, mint. You sip it. It's strong, comforting, makes your chest feel steadier somehow. That's the thing about Demeter. She won't save you with spells or prophecies. She'll hand you a drink, wrap your feet, keep the fire going, one log at a time. Because this is how you survive a winter. Together, quietly, seed by unseen seed. You sleep near the hearth that night. The flames dance low. The shadows flicker on the stone wall like half-formed memories. And just before you drift off, you swear you hear a voice. Not loud, not clear. Just a whisper rising from the ground beneath the floor. I'm still here. Section 25. The snow arrives like a guest who doesn't knock. One morning, you step outside the temple and the world has gone white. Not deep, just a dusting. The kind of snow that looks like powdered sugar and makes you think of pastries before you remember your toes are freezing. Demeter's already up. She's brushing snow off the olive trees with the back of her hand, grumbling under her breath like someone whose favorite blanket has just been stolen. Again. You join her. It's earlier than last year, you say. She doesn't answer, because she's counting. You realize it after a few minutes. She's tracking the cold, measuring the drift, watching the clouds. Not with dread, with calculation. She's coming back, Demeter murmurs, eyes on the horizon. You blink. Now? Not yet, but soon. She turns and walks back toward the temple, snow crunching underfoot. You follow, and inside, the fire has been built higher than usual. A pot simmers with something thick and fragrant. Lentils, maybe. A few dried herbs. Enough to make the whole place smell alive. Demeter stirs it slowly. I used to think she'd return exactly on schedule, day for day. She chuckles just once. That was before I learned that time in the underworld bends. You mean she can stay longer? She can feel longer, she says. She may only be gone half the year, but some years feel like more. You sit with that. Some winters do feel longer. Outside, the snow thickens. Inside, the silence softens. The temple isn't crowded this season. Fewer offerings, fewer pilgrims. Just a handful of locals who stop by, bowing their heads, dropping grain or a pinch of salt at Demeter's altar before hurrying back to their homes. But one night, a girl arrives. Young, barefoot, robes too thin for the cold. She steps into the temple, eyes wide, cheeks red, hair tangled, like she ran the whole way from the sea. I had a dream, she says breathlessly. Demeter doesn't look surprised. Tell me. The girl kneels. She was standing in a field of asphodels. She didn't speak, just held out her hand. And I took it, the girl says. And suddenly, I could see underground. Demeter leans forward. What did you see? The girl swallows. It wasn't dark. It wasn't cold. There were gardens. You and Demeter share a look. The girl continues, voice quiet now. She didn't cry. She didn't ask to leave. She just smiled, like she knew I'd understand. Demeter's face shifts. Grief, pride, and something that looks like relief. She's preparing, she whispers. And you realize this girl has had a calling, not to priesthood, to witness. Because Persephone still speaks, still sends echoes, still weaves herself into mortal dreams. Here's your mythic fact of the night. In certain versions of the Eleusinian tradition, initiates experience dreams or visions in winter believed to come directly from Persephone. These dreams were considered sacred, a form of divine instruction. Some were so vivid they were recorded as prophecies, though most were kept secret, buried in personal ritual. The girl sleeps in the temple that night, curled near the hearth, a soft smile on her lips. You sit beside Demeter and watch the flames. She's reaching out again, Demeter says. Maybe she always has. Demeter nods. She just waits until we're quiet enough to listen. The next day, Demeter steps outside before dawn and kneels in the snow. She presses both palms flat against the earth and closes her eyes. And this time, the earth answers. Just a whisper, a tremor, a promise. Here's your fringe tidbit. Some ancient farmers believed you could hear Persephone rising before the thaw. They'd press their ears to the frozen soil, listening for a low hum or echo called the root song. Most scholars dismiss it. But you've heard stranger things. You kneel beside her. The snow numbs your knees. The silence deepens. And then, just beneath your palms, a pulse, faint, rhythmic, like footsteps. She's coming. And this time, you're ready. Section 26. It begins with thaw. Not dramatic. No sudden melt. Just tiny things. Drops sliding off roof tiles. Frost retreating from windows, like it's embarrassed to be seen. The snow thins in patches, revealing stubborn grass, matted and yellow, but alive. Demeter notices everything. She walks the edge of the grove at dawn, her fingers trailing along the bark of each tree, murmuring names you don't recognize, maybe species, maybe memories. The light catches her face, and for the first time in weeks, you see something warm beneath her eyes. She's close, she says. Not a guess, a certainty. And somehow, you feel it too. You return to the fields. The earth is still firm, but no longer frozen. When Demeter digs her fingers in, the soil clings to her nails like it missed her. She smiles and plants again. Because that's what she does, no matter how cold, no matter how long Persephone stays away. When the thaw begins, Demeter responds. It's not habit. It's not optimism. It's devotion. You never give up, you say. Demeter snorts softly. I've tried, didn't take. And then she gestures to the furrow she's just finished. Here, your turn. You take the small sack of barley and begin pressing the seeds into the dirt. Your fingers sting from the cold, but the motion is comforting now. steady, patient, ancient. This field, Demeter says, was the first one she helped me plant, when she was still core. You pause. Did she know how? She was terrible at it, Demeter says, laughing. Kept tossing seeds like flower petals. Half of them landed on rocks. But you let her. She was happy. That's the secret, isn't it? So much of this myth, this cycle, is built not on power or rules or vengeance. It's built on moments. Core laughing as she ruins a barley field. Demeter pretending not to mind. Here's your mainstream myth note for today. Core, meaning maiden, was Persephone's original name before her abduction. In many older rites, the transformation from Core to Persephone was central, marking not just her descent, but her evolution from child to queen. The planting field, then, isn't just agriculture, it's memory. That night, Demeter prepares the hearth again. But this time, she adds honey, just a drizzle, and dried fig, and cinnamon bark, saved from last autumn. You raise an eyebrow. Expecting company? She shrugs. Just practicing hospitality. You both know better. She's preparing the threshold. Later, you catch her alone in the storeroom. She's holding a linen robe in her hands, white, embroidered with gold barley stalks along the hem. Was this hers? You ask. Demeter nods. She wore it on her first spring back. She folds it carefully, sets it on the edge of the altar, then lights a single taper candle beside it. Nothing showy, just quiet, sacred readiness. Here's your fringe tidbit. In some local traditions, Persephone's return was welcomed with gifts, not to her, but for her. Robes, perfumes, ribbons left in sacred groves or temples. Some versions claim that Demeter never handed them over, just left them in the light for Persephone to find. The next day, the wild flowers begin cheating. You see them poking through patches of melting snow. Tiny things, violet and stubborn. Not many, just a few. But they're always the first to know. Demeter kneels beside one and murmurs something. The flower sways toward her, like it remembers her voice. You walk into the village together, and the change is almost comical. People have shed their heaviest layers. Windows are cracked open. Bread is baking again. Someone's even sweeping their doorstep, like spring might be watching. The baker grins when he sees Demeter. Should I get the honey ready? She winks. And the figs. Back in the temple, Demeter opens the high windows for the first time in months. The wind rushes in, still cool, but hopeful. The curtains flutter, like they're stretching after a long nap. You find her later, by the hearth, cradling something in her lap. It's a small, woven doll, roughly shaped. Red yarn for hair. A robe made of barley cloth. You smile. Is that? She made it when she was 10, Demeter says. Named it Queen of the Dirt. You laugh. So does she. And for the first time this season, it doesn't sound brittle. It sounds real. Outside, a soft rain begins to fall. And instead of cold, it smells like waking. Like turned soil. Like possibility. Demeter stands, walks to the open doorway, and whispers, "Come home." Not a command, an invitation, because she knows. Persephone is almost here. Section 27. The scent of earth is different now, wetter, warmer. It clings to your boots and rises in little clouds every time you step into the garden. Not mud, promise. That kind of thick, living smell that tells you roots are whispering again. Demeter is humming, just barely. A low, looping tune under her breath as she waters the rows of barley and fava beans. Even though the rain's been generous, she's not doing it for the crops anymore. She's doing it for her. She always liked the smell after rain, she tells you. Said it felt like the earth was breathing again. You nod, because that's what it feels like now. Like the world is exhaling. One soft, damp, green-scented breath at a time. The people in the village feel it too. They've started opening their shutters again, not just during the day, but overnight, as if daring the chill to return. Children leave ribbons in the trees. The baker adds wildflower petals to his loaves. Even the goats seem more smug than usual. Everyone's waiting, but no one dares say it aloud yet, because she's not quite here. Not yet. And Demeter? She feels every minute of the delay. You catch her at the edge of the field one evening, watching the horizon like it owes her something. She's later this year, you say. She doesn't look away. Only by days, maybe hours. But her jaw is tight. Her hand clenched around a sprig of thyme she's forgotten she's holding. You're worried. She's growing stronger, she says. More independent. That's good, isn't it? Demeter nods slowly. It is. But strength doesn't need home the way weakness does. There it is. The ache beneath the waiting. The fear, not that Persephone won't come back, but that she won't need to. You sit beside her in the tall grass, now green and soft again. Insects buzz lazily nearby. Somewhere, a bird is building something in the olive tree, singing like it's auditioning for its own festival. You ask, gently, what if she decides not to return 1 year? Demeter closes her eyes and says, then I'll keep planting anyway. Because that's who she is. Not the goddess of harvests, the goddess of persistence. Here's your historical anchor. In some lesser-known fragments of Hesiod's works, there's a hint that Demeter's rites continued even during times of extreme drought or political chaos, no matter what the city-states were doing. Fighting wars, changing rulers, Demeter's festivals carried on. Fields were blessed. Seeds were sown. The people kept hoping. And maybe hope is the real ritual. Later that night, you help her prepare the sacred grove. It's time. You gather the flower petals, marigold, crocus, poppy. You lay them along the pathway, mixing them with crushed myrrh and sweet-smelling reeds. The wind picks up, scattering the scent toward the hills. Demeter lights the braziers. Not big fires, just small ones. Enough to glow, enough to guide. She wears the robe. The one embroidered with gold barley, hem brushed clean, shoulders squared. She doesn't look like a mother tonight. She looks like a goddess, and the earth seems to know. The soil vibrates softly beneath your feet. Birds hush. Even the stars feel closer. And then you hear it. Not footsteps, not hoofbeats. Movement. Like the land is breathing up from below, Demeter steps forward, eyes wide but calm. Her fingers twitch, like they're remembering a lullaby they haven't sung in months. You can't see anything yet, but she feels it. She's near, she breathes. And you believe her, because something is rising. You lean closer to the ground, pressing your hand to the dirt, like you did before. And there it is. That pulse, that heartbeat. Faster now. Closer. Alive. Fringe tidbit for the dreamers. In one obscure Orphic hymn, Persephone's reemergence is described as the flowering of the below. The earth doesn't open like a door. It blooms. Crocuses first, then narcissus, then wheatgrass from the graves of winter. They're not signs. They're footsteps. And tonight, the grove is blooming. You can see it happening. Slow and radiant. A single crocus at Demeter's feet. Then another. Then a ring of them. And in their center, a shimmer. A warmth. A presence. Demeter doesn't move. She just closes her eyes and whispers, "Come home." Again. But this time, she's heard. Section 28. You don't see her at first. You feel her, like standing in sunlight after weeks of rain, like the warmth that rises from bread just out of the oven, like something in your chest remembering how to breathe all the way down. And Demeter? She's frozen. Not out of fear, not even out of awe, out of pure, aching stillness. Because when you've been waiting 6 long months, 6 lifetimes worth of longing, you don't rush the moment. You let it arrive. You honor it. And then she steps through. Persephone. Not Core. Not the child chasing butterflies across meadows. No. This is the queen of the underworld. She walks barefoot across the crocuses, robes flowing like river water, hair dark and glinting with flecks of obsidian. There's a calm in her, not cold, just deep, like she's carried silence through the belly of the earth and brought it back transformed. Demeter doesn't run to her. She doesn't have to. Persephone closes the space between them in 3 steps. They embrace, and the entire grove exhales. Birdsong starts again. The wind shifts. The crocuses brighten. Even the soil feels lighter beneath your feet. They don't speak, at least not with words, but you can feel the conversation happening in that hug. I missed you. I'm okay. I'm changed. I know. You look away, not because it's awkward, but because it's too much. Like watching a candle relight itself in the dark and trying not to cry. Here's your historical anchor for this reunion. In the Thesmophoria festival, a fertility rite honoring Demeter and Persephone, women reenacted the goddesses' reunion through secret ceremonies. These weren't quiet vigils. They involved laughter, feasts, even jokes, because joy, too, was sacred. The return of Persephone didn't just mean food. It meant life could be light again. And light returns now, in Persephone's footsteps. As they walk together through the grove, grass springs up behind them. Tiny blades, soft and green, and definitely not there 5 minutes ago. Flowers open, just to watch them pass. The olive trees lean in like gossiping aunties, catching whispers on the wind. You follow at a respectful distance, because some things, like resurrection and reconciliation, deserve space. Demeter guides her daughter toward the temple. There, Persephone pauses. She touches the altar. She touches the robe. She smiles at the little barley doll she made when she was 10. Then, softly, she asks, Did you wait? Demeter's answer is a whisper. Always. You watch as they move through the temple together. Everything seems to respond. The walls warm, the hearth brightens, the jars on the shelves hum ever so slightly. Even the old broom seems to perk up, and Demeter begins preparing. Not for ritual, for celebration. Because the return has always been two parts, the reunion and the feast. You help set the long stone table in the grove, carved from an ancient slab, stained with years of offerings. You lay fig leaves for plates, pour oil into lamps, stack fresh bread, cheese, honey, olives, and early spring herbs. Persephone watches, amused. It's still chilly. You think we'll all eat outside? Demeter grins. The cold's leaving. It just doesn't know it yet. Persephone raises an eyebrow. You've gotten wise in my absence. Demeter nudges her. You've gotten smug. They both laugh. And somewhere in that laughter, the trees blossom. That's not poetic. They literally burst into flower. Pear, almond, plum, white, and pink, and pale green petals rain down like confetti from a very polite sky. You're not the only one who notices. People from the village begin arriving. Quiet at first, unsure if they're intruding. But Demeter waves them in. Persephone smiles, and the grove becomes something holy and human at once. Children chase falling petals. Elders place hands over their hearts and bow. Someone brings wine. Someone else starts singing a song that doesn't have words. And the feast begins. Here's your fringe fact for this miracle of a moment. A few regional myths claimed that Persephone's first step above ground each year called spring from the roots. She didn't wait for the season. She was the season. Trees didn't bloom until she blinked. Birds didn't mate until she laughed. It's said even the bees followed her scent back into the fields. You watch her now, radiant and calm, a queen who's been both buried and beloved. She touches the soil. The barley sprouts. She raises her cup. The vines curl toward it. She dances, just once, and the world remembers. This is Persephone, and she's home. Section 29. The feast doesn't end, not in the way meals usually do, with emptied plates, sleepy yawns, someone making that half-hearted, we should really clean up suggestion, before immediately not doing it. No, this one lingers. Because you don't just celebrate Persephone's return. You soak in it. The grove hums with energy now. Not chaos. Renewal. Laughter ripples through the air, like the wind finally got invited to the party. Children string flower crowns out of fallen petals. Someone's playing a lyre. You think he's making up the song as he goes, but no one minds. Persephone walks among them, touching shoulders, smiling gently, listening closely. You realize something. She knows them. Not by name, maybe, but by spirit. You watch her kneel beside an old woman, cradling a bowl of lentils. The woman says nothing, just holds the bowl out. Persephone dips a finger into it, tastes, then nods. That's the right salt, she whispers. The woman to beams like she's just won the Delphic Games. Demeter watches too, but not with possessiveness, with pride, and maybe a little awe. She belongs here, you say quietly. Demeter nods. And there, because now you see it more clearly than ever. Persephone is not a girl returned. She is a bridge, queen of the underworld, daughter of the harvest, a ruler of endings and beginnings. I used to fear she wouldn't come back, Demeter says, that the dark would keep her, that she'd forget the sun. She tilts her head, watching her daughter laugh with a child holding up a handful of beeswax. But she doesn't forget. Persephone looks over her shoulder in that moment, meets Demeter's eyes, and winks. You're sure she's not telepathic? You whisper. Demeter just smirks. She's half mine, half shadow, whole miracle. Here's your mainstream historical thread. In certain Greek mystery schools, Persephone was worshipped not just as a returning maiden, but as a goddess of dual realms, Epoptaia, the one who sees. Initiates believed she could guide souls through both light and dark, because she had mastered both. To be her follower was to embrace contradiction, grief and joy, death and renewal, shadow and bloom. You sit under a tree, sipping wine that tastes like wild flowers and smoke. The stars begin to appear above, soft and silver, scattered like seeds across a velvet sky. Someone starts humming. You recognize the melody. It's the same tune Demeter hummed during the planting. Only now, it's in a new key. Higher. Warmer. Returned. You glance toward Persephone. She's dancing now, barefoot in the dirt, skirts swirling, arms lifted. Not like a queen holding court, like a woman remembering she has a body, and it belongs to spring. Demeter joins her. They don't say anything, just move in a slow, spiral rhythm, circling, leaning, mirroring, and the whole grove seems to pulse with them. Even the air feels musical. Even the insects sway, fringe myth alert. There's a lost play fragment from the Hellenistic period that describes a secret mother-daughter dance performed in Eleusis during the early days of spring. It wasn't theatrical. It was sacred, silent. A weaving of limbs meant to represent the rejoining of body and spirit, soil and root, mother and maiden. You sit very still, watching this silent choreography unfold, and you realize this is the myth, not the abduction, not the grief, not even the return, the rejoining. This sacred, impossible balance of two women, neither broken, neither whole, but perfectly enough. After the dance, Persephone collapses in the grass, laughing breathlessly. Demeter flops beside her, mud streaked on her robe, cheeks flushed. I think I pulled something, she groans. You're immortal, Persephone teases. Exactly. I need those parts for a long time. They both laugh, and the sound rolls across the grove like new sunlight on cold water. You close your eyes, not to sleep, to remember, because you know you'll never see anything like this again. And yet, it will happen again. It always does. That's the gift. And the curse, the descent, the waiting, the bloom, every year, every life, every time someone plants a seed in grief and harvests it in joy. Persephone dances again. Every time a mother lets go, so a daughter can grow into her own shadow. Demeter blesses the ground. You open your eyes just as a warm breeze rolls through the grove and a petal sticks to your cheek. It's soft and scented and exactly enough. Section 30. The grove is quiet now. Not empty, just settled. The kind of quiet that wraps around you after a long, joyful noise. Like the hush after the last note of your favorite song, still ringing faintly in your chest. The guests have drifted back to the village. The torches have burned low. Even the stars feel more relaxed. You sit under the olive tree, your back warm from the embers of the dying hearth. Persephone lies in the grass nearby, eyes half closed, head resting on her folded arm. She's not asleep, just present, fully. Like someone who knows there's no need to rush the moment. Demeter's weaving. No loom. Just her fingers, some grass, a few flower stems, a ribbon from someone's abandoned hair braid. You watch her form a pattern with no name, no purpose, other than to keep her hands moving. She does that when she's happy, Persephone murmurs. Or nervous, Demeter says, without looking up. Persephone smirks. Same thing with you. They fall into silence again, but it's comfortable, like old shoes or freshly turned soil. You lean toward Persephone. Is it hard to leave? She doesn't answer right away. Then, it's harder to stay. You blink. Why? Because I see everything too clearly up here. All the joy, all the pain, all the growing. She turns her face toward the stars. Down there, it's quiet, still, ordered. But here, she holds up her palm where a crocus petal has landed. Here, things refuse to stay the same. You glance toward Demeter, who's now tying her strange weaving into a loose circle. She ever ask you to stay? Persephone's eyes soften. Once. And you said? She exhales. I said I'd try. Demeter chimes in from her patch of grass. And she did. For 4 days. Nearly died of boredom. I made it 6, Persephone says. You left halfway through dinner. I said goodbye. They both laugh, and you realize this is the part people forget. They're not just goddess and daughter. They're family. Here's your historical thread. In some local versions of the myth, especially those tied to smaller, rural communities, the Persephone-Demeter story was reimagined less as divine tragedy and more as seasonal routine. It wasn't a kidnapping. It was co-parenting across realms, a shared custody of spring. You lie back and let the sky wash over you. The air smells like pine smoke, crushed flowers, and someone's half-eaten honey cake. You wonder if there's a Greek word for this, the glow after a holy meal, when the gods are close and nobody's checking the time. Demeter finishes her weaving and places it gently on the grass beside Persephone. It's not a crown. It's not an offering. It's a goodbye gift. Persephone touches it like it's breakable, then wraps it around her wrist like a bracelet. I'll take it with me, she says quietly. Demeter nods. It's made of spring. Might help you remember. Persephone stands, dusts off her skirt, looks toward the dark side of the grove, the direction you know she'll walk when it's time. But not yet. For now, she walks the temple grounds one last time, touches the altar, rearranges a bowl of grain, stops by the old olive tree, and whispers something that makes a leaf drop straight into her hand. You follow her quietly. not to delay her, just to witness. Do you dread it? You ask. The descent? She pauses, and this time her answer is immediate. No. You blink. Really? She turns, and for the first time, you see the full weight of her power, not glowing or showy, just immense. It's part of me, the dark, the cold, the silence. I don't dread it any more than roots dread the soil. You nod, because suddenly that makes perfect sense. Persephone's not torn between two worlds. She is the seam, the thread holding both sides together. Fringe, myth, time. In some rare Orphic interpretations, Persephone is described not just as a seasonal figure, but as the axis mundi, the turning point of the cosmos. She holds the center, allowing both life and death to spin around her. She doesn't move between them. She anchors them. You walk back to the temple in silence. Demeter is waiting at the threshold. They embrace again. But this time, it's different. Not desperate, not clinging, balanced. Persephone kisses her mother's cheek, then yours. And with one final breath, she walks back into the darkness of the trees. Not slowly, not sorrowfully, just sure. She doesn't disappear. She descends. And the earth, having seen it before, bows its head and lets her go. Section 31. The quiet hits differently this time. Not empty, not aching, just after. The grove feels stretched out, like a long exhale. The petals that danced through the air last night now rest gently in the grass, soft and crumpled like confetti after a wedding. The embers are cold, the feast table cleared. And Demeter? She's standing in the middle of the field, eyes closed, palms pressed together, as if feeling the pulse of the ground, with nothing but her breath. She's safe, she murmurs. You don't ask how she knows. You believe her, because belief is what makes this cycle hold. Demeter opens her eyes and glances at the freshly planted rose. This is the hardest part, she says. The waiting? You ask. She shakes her head. The remembering. Then she kneels and begins to work again, pulling weeds, checking seedlings, retying a trellis that never quite holds. You join her, and the work is grounding. Simple, steady. Not sacred, maybe, but close enough. Here's your historical fact to ground the day. In ancient Attica, the months after Persephone's return were when farmers carefully nurtured their grain crops. No more sowing, just protecting what had already been entrusted to the earth. It was a time of hope, but also vulnerability. A bad frost, a hungry flock, one unexpected storm, and the whole season could fail. You glance at the sky. Clear, for now. But clouds are always a possibility. And that's what Demeter teaches, without ever saying it. You plant anyway. You hope anyway. You tend anyway. Because life doesn't wait for certainty. Later, you walk the edge of the grove alone. It's strange how different it feels after she leaves. Persephone never makes a show of departure. There's no thunderclap, no spiral of shadows, just that sudden thinning of the air, that quiet in the wind. But the signs are always there, if you know where to look. A single crocus left unbloomed. A vine coiled in on itself, as if sighing. A butterfly that hesitates, then turns back. Demeter finds you sitting by the well. She hands you a small cup of barley tea and says, "You're taking this harder than last time." You blink. "I thought I was doing okay." She smirks gently. "You are, but the heart's a slow learner." You sip the tea. It tastes like warmth trying to be brave. "What now?" you ask. She shrugs. "Now we grow what we can." The seasons roll on, whether you're ready or not. Demeter doesn't speak in metaphors. She is the metaphor. Her grief is compost. Her love is rainfall. Her stubbornness is a root-cracking stone. And here's a fringe scholarly phrase to roll around your brain. Some theologians argue Demeter and Persephone don't represent death and rebirth as opposites, but as a single continuum. That what dies only changes shape. That the seed buried in the fall is not mourned, but transformed. You walk back toward the temple, and everything feels a little more awake than yesterday. The olive trees shimmer in the breeze. The bees have returned. Even the fig trees look smug again. Demeter's already sketching plans in the dirt with a stick. Crop rotations, fallow patches. She mutters to herself as she draws. You ask if she ever gets tired of it all. She laughs. "Of planting? Yes. Of Persephone? Never." The villagers begin returning with new offerings. Early sprigs of mint, a little cheese, an egg still warm from the hen. The gifts are smaller now, not grand festival displays, just tokens, continuations, trust. One child brings a tiny clay figurine. Persephone, clearly, with a crown and a crooked smile. Demeter accepts it like it's the rarest treasure. And maybe it is. That evening, you sit on the temple steps, watching the stars come out. Demeter sits beside you, her feet bare, skirts tucked under her knees. She doesn't say anything for a long while. Then, she'll return. You nod, because you know she always does. But until then, there is still planting. There is still tending. There is still the long, sacred work of remembering. Section 32. The days stretch out now. Longer sunlight. Softer mornings. The kind of warmth that seeps into stone and stays there, glowing long after dusk. You wake earlier and fall asleep later, not because you're trying to, but because the world is awake. Blossoms open before the sun's even fully up. Birds have forgotten how to be quiet. And Demeter, she thrives in this. Not with joy exactly, with presence. You find her out in the fields before breakfast, sleeves rolled up, knee-deep in wheat and wet grass, humming something older than language. There's dirt on her face, scratches on her arms, and a smile that isn't for anyone but herself. You say, "You look peaceful." She doesn't pause her work. Peaceful is a relative term when you're trying to keep the goats out of the lentils. Fair. Still, you can't help but notice something lighter in her step. A kind of internal rhythm you haven't seen since the festival. Like her bones are syncing up with the earth again. "She anchors me," Demeter says suddenly. You blink. "Persephone?" She nods. "When she returns, I remember what I'm for. What this is all for." She gestures to the fields, the birds. the bees currently engaged in an extremely public romance in the lavender patch. Life doesn't just start. It keeps starting. Again and again. She reminds me of that. You sit on the low stone wall while she harvests herbs for drying. She hands you a bundle of thyme and oregano to hang upside down from the rafters. You know, she adds casually, the Romans said she and I were the same goddess. You raise an eyebrow. Wait, Persephone and Demeter? She smirks. Sort of. They said I became her, or she became me. It was all very symbolic and slightly rude. Here's your mythological history snack. In Roman mythology, Demeter was Ceres, and Persephone was Proserpina. But their boundaries blurred often. Some texts describe Ceres grieving for her daughter self, or becoming her through loss. The seasonal cycle wasn't just about reunion. It was about transformation. One life folding into another, mother into daughter, maiden into queen. It's a confusing idea, and somehow comforting. Later that afternoon, you help Demeter prepare for the village planting rite. Nothing formal, just a line of folks carrying baskets of seeds, walking the perimeter of the grove. There's music, off-key and joyful. Someone's goat escapes and joins in. The priest forgets half his invocation and replaces it with enthusiastic hand gestures. Demeter leads it all like a conductor with dirt under her nails. And you? You laugh until your stomach hurts. Because grief has made space. Because joy can be scrappy and small and still holy. After the rite, Demeter pours a little wine onto the earth. To her, she says. You echo it. To her. And the soil drinks it like a secret. Here's your fringe myth thought of the day. In a forgotten Thessalian rite, participants were told to plant seeds, as if Persephone were watching, not judging, not blessing, just witnessing. Because sometimes the only thing more powerful than praise is presence. That night, you return to the temple and find a folded piece of cloth on your sleeping mat. It's a sash, woven from old barley threads and strips of olive-dyed linen. On it, stitched in uneven, stubborn lines, is a single word. Again. You smile, because you know who made it. And you know what it means. Seasons are not stories that end. They are promises that renew. Every return is a beginning. Every goodbye is just the start of waiting. You sit by the hearth, stoke the fire with a gentle hand, and whisper, "She'll come back." Because she always does. Because this is what Demeter taught you. Because now, you believe it for yourself. Section 33. There's a kind of golden in the air now. You notice it when the light hits the stone wall at just the right angle, making the moss glow like it's holding secrets, or when the wheat ripples in the breeze and every stalk shimmers like it's been dusted with sunrise. Demeter calls it the ripening hour. It's not just a time of day. It's a phase, a mood, a moment when things almost finish, but not quite. The fruit isn't picked. The bread isn't sliced. The goodbyes haven't started, but they're thinking about it. You find her in the orchard, pruning the fig trees with an iron blade that looks like it's older than logic. She works slowly, tenderly, like each cut is a question, and the tree has to answer. She'll start slipping away again soon, Demeter says, not looking at you, You hesitate. You can feel it? She nods. The ground gets heavier. The air gets still. And I start dreaming of cold things. What kind of dreams? She smiles, wry and distant. Wool cloaks, empty fields, that creaky feeling in your joints before the frost sets in. You sit under the fig tree, watching the light dance in the leaves. Do you tell her when it's time? No, she says, wiping sap from her hands. She knows. Here's your mainstream myth nugget. According to the Homeric hymn to Demeter, Persephone spends 1/3 of the year in the underworld due to the pomegranate seeds she ate, typically interpreted as autumn and winter. But the exact moment of her descent varies in different versions. Sometimes it's triggered by a pusmic law. Sometimes it's a personal choice. Sometimes it just happens. You help carry the cut branches to the compost pile. Demeter murmurs a small blessing over them. Not for death, for transformation. Everything she touches has to change. That's the price of being close to a goddess who understands cycles better than anyone. That night, the wind changes. You feel it before you hear it. Colder, yes, but not sharp, not cruel, just decisive. Persephone feels it too. She arrives in the middle of the night, barefoot and quiet, wrapped in a cloak stitched with small, glowing stars. You find her sitting on the temple steps, head tipped back, staring at the moon, like it's telling her a story only she can understand. I thought you'd wait longer, you say. She smiles. So did I. Demeter joins her. No tears, no arguments, just a silence so full it could hold oceans. You sit with them, 3 figures beneath a darkening sky, sharing the kind of stillness that only comes when no one needs to pretend anymore. Here's a fringe tidbit for your inner scholar. Some lesser-known inscriptions from Eleusis suggest that Persephone's descent wasn't always mourned. In fact, her return to the underworld was celebrated in certain secret rites. Not because they wanted her to go, but because they trusted she would rise again. Departure wasn't death. It was seed time, and seed time requires faith. Persephone stands and dusts off her cloak. She walks the grove, one last time, touches the olive tree, tucks a flower into a child's braid, whispers to the bees. Demeter watches it all, arms crossed over her chest, not to close herself off, but to hold herself together. She's grown, you say quietly. She always does, Demeter replies. Then, so do I. They walk together toward the shadowed edge of the grove, the place where roots thicken and silence deepens, where everything begins again. And this time, when they embrace, it doesn't feel like goodbye. It feels like harvest, a gathering in, a holding close, a final warmth before the stillness. When Persephone steps into the darkness again, the world does not weep. It listens, because something holy just passed through, and you were here to see it. Section 34. The fields are bare again, not barren, bare, as in stripped back, settled, resting. The last of the fruit has been gathered, the final herbs dried and tied in bundles above the hearth. Even the weeds seem to have the good sense to retreat. Demeter stands in the center of it all, hands on her hips, gaze sweeping across the land like a queen surveying a sleeping kingdom. She went down a little earlier this time, you say. Demeter nods. She's finding her rhythm. You smile. And you? She exhales, learning not to resist it. The sun is lower in the sky these days. It hangs at a softer angle, brushing everything with gold, but never quite warming the way it used to. A gentle reminder. Things are slowing. And Demeter? She slows too, but not idly. She walks the fields with her staff, tapping the earth here and there, listening for the echo beneath. She murmurs to seeds left behind, to bulbs curled tight underground, to the ghosts of future crops not yet dreamed. She teaches you to listen, to kneel, to press your palm to the soil and wait. And sometimes, if you're still enough, you can feel it, the faintest heartbeat. Here's your historical thread. Ancient Greek farmers didn't just sow and harvest. They read the land. They listened to the winds, watched bird migrations, tracked the shadows of trees. Farming wasn't just work. It was divination. Every furrow was a prayer. Every sprout, a prophecy. Demeter kneels beside you, pulls back a handful of earth. See this? She says, showing you a small, curled sprout. Garlic? She grins. Hope. You laugh. But she's right. Because even now, with Persephone gone, with cold winds whispering through the olive branches, life still hides just beneath the surface. And hiding is not the same as gone. The villagers visit less often now. They hunker down in their homes, lighting fires, preserving food, telling stories to get through the darker nights. But they still leave little offerings at the edge of the grove. A pomegranate, a string of dried cranberries, a piece of cloth embroidered with barley and ivy. They remember, because remembering is part of the ritual too. Demeter stores the offerings carefully, not out of greed or hunger, out of honor. You ask if she ever worries they'll forget. She tilts her head, thinks for a moment. They might, she says, but the earth won't. She places a hand on the nearest olive tree, gently touches its trunk. She remembers everything. And so does Demeter. She remembers Kor's first laugh, Persephone's first steps into shadow, the first spring, the first frost, the first whisper of return. And she holds all of it without flinching. Here's your fringe myth moment. In one rare vase painting found near Thessaly, Demeter is shown holding not a sheaf of wheat, but a skull-shaped fruit, half pomegranate, half seed pod. Some scholars argue this was symbolic of her dual memory, death and rebirth fused into one form. She is, after all, not just the mother of life, but the keeper of cycles. You walk the edge of the field with her at dusk. The wind is sharper now. The stars come out earlier. Somewhere in the distance, you hear the rustle of dry leaves, like pages turning. Do you miss her? You ask. Demeter smiles without looking at you. I never stop. The answer isn't sad. It's steady. Sure. As reliable as rain in spring. She turns toward the horizon. The moon is rising, full and clear. She'll come back, Demeter says, more to herself than to you. And it doesn't sound like hope anymore. It sounds like truth. Section 35. Winter lays its quiet hands over everything. The frost comes first, thin, polite, like it's asking permission. It drapes over leaves, edges of roof tiles, the corners of temple steps. Then the wind arrives, no longer playful, but crisp and careful, like someone rearranging furniture in a sacred room. And Demeter slows, not in weariness, in intention. She moves through the temple like a woman who knows where everything goes. She tucks dried herbs into clay pots. She sweeps the hearth, even though it's already clean. She adds oil to the lamps and rearranges a bowl of winter apples so the red ones sit on top. "She'll want one," she murmurs. You smile, because you know who she means. Even now, Persephone is present. Not here, but not gone. She lingers in everything. In the pomegranate seed carved into the temple threshold, in the faint scent of myrrh woven into Demeter's scarf, in the hush before the snow. Demeter takes her place by the hearth. The fire is low, but steady. You both watch it in silence. There's nothing to plan, nothing to plant. Just waiting, just being. Here's your final mainstream fact of the night. The Eleusinian mysteries, those secret rites tied to Demeter and Persephone, ended each year with a period of quiet. No feasting, no performance, just silence and remembrance. Initiates were expected to carry the experience within them, holding it through the dark months like a lantern. Demeter doesn't need to explain that to you anymore. You've learned it. By kneeling in the fields, by listening to the roots, by watching spring arrive like a queen in bare feet. And now, by sitting beside a goddess who has known both the deepest grief and the patience to wait through it. The wind rattles the shutters once. Demeter looks up. "Soon," she says. Then she closes her eyes and leans into the quiet. And you feel it too. The turning, the pause between breaths, the stillness that means something is stirring, even if you can't see it. Fringe myth. For this final watch, in certain oral traditions, it was believed that Demeter didn't just mourn Persephone's absence. She traveled in dreams during winter. Not just her own, yours. Villagers claimed she'd appear in visions, walking across snow-covered fields, whispering reminders to hold on. That spring was still real, that the story was still unfolding. You lie back and watch the shadows flicker on the ceiling. The fire crackles softly. Demeter dozes in her chair, one hand curled around the edge of her robe, the other resting on a small pouch of seeds. She always keeps them close, because planting never begins in spring. It begins now, in the cold, in the quiet, in the trust that when Persephone rises, the earth will remember how to bloom. And so will you, wind down. And now, as the fire burns low and the shadows soften into the walls, you can feel your breath matching the rhythm of the still world around you. Everything slows, not in sadness, but in gentleness. Outside the temple, the last leaves cling to the olive trees, whispering lullabies you'll never quite remember when you wake. The air smells faintly of smoke and cold earth, the kind of scent that carries memories you didn't know you had. Demeter stirs once in her sleep, then settles, because even goddesses need rest, even the ones who carry entire seasons in their hearts. You curl deeper into your blanket, the warmth pooling at your feet and climbing slowly toward your shoulders. Every sound, Every creak of the wood, every sigh of the wind feels farther away now, like the world is retreating gently to make space for your dreams. You think, just for a moment, that you hear a footstep in the garden. Maybe it's nothing, or maybe it's Persephone, passing through the roots again, checking to see if the earth still remembers her. It does, and so do you. So close your eyes now. The story isn't over. But for tonight, it's enough. You've seen the fall, felt the winter, and now, deep inside the quiet, you carry the seed of spring. She'll come back. She always does. And when she does, you'll be ready. Sweet dreams. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.